Chapter 1166 Earth Emperor's Might. Our strength has drastically decreased, commented the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor. It should be a mechanism of this samsara court. It decreases our connection to the Almighty God, stated the Seal Divine General while looking around. The place was how anyone would imagine the afterlife. Dark, cold, and eerie. Anything we can do? The Sword Divine General did not answer the question, but Seal did. I doubt it. However, isn't this why the Almighty God sent all three of us? He expected this possibility and wanted us to work together to capture the target. I'm glad he thought so highly of me. Li Jun appeared before the three, and with his appearance came the changes to the environment. They were now in a dark and infinite space full of mist. The battlefield was set. Earth Emperor Li Jun, Divine Seal Empress. It's the Seal Divine General now. As a servant of the Almighty God, I have abandoned my past identity. Li Jun looked at her with pity. The heaven-devouring emperor sneaked and attacked her by destroying her formation, which was linked to countless world communities, resulting in a backlash that severely injured her soul. Then, he captured and used her weakened state to easily enslave her. Don't worry. You'll be set free once I'm done with you, Li Jun declared. Quite the blasphemous words, sneered the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor. However, Li Jun did not even look at him but gazed at the young man with a golden sword, the Sword Divine General, whose real identity is Dugu Jing. Dugu Jing became famous throughout the endless void after his battle with Ji Lanfeng. He challenged the latter to a sword duel with the caveat that they fought using the same strength/cultivation level. Dugu Jing lost the battle, but only by a small margin. He displayed such exceptional sword skills that Ji Lanfeng acknowledged him as a swordsman, not a sword user. That battle created a discussion or debate about people with great sword skills who did not devote themselves to the sword or had other primary modes of attack the sword users. Swordsmen have always disdained these people, while sword users consider the others as elitists who place the sword on a pedestal. Sadly, despite their thoughts, sword users always wanted recognition for their skills and never received it, until after Dugu Jing's fight. Ji Lanfeng was currently the most powerful swordsman in the lower dimension, and his pure sword skills ranked second overall. As such, his recognition had a great impact on the swordsmanship community. Sadly for Dugu Jing, after his defeat, he traveled to the territory of the Golden God while the latter was on his rise. His bad luck ensured he encountered the latter, and was enslaved even before the heaven-devouring emperor took over. Any chance you can come with us peacefully? Asked the Seal Divine General. What do you think? That's a shame, she replied, summoning her Proving Tao artifact, the Overlord Seal, while activating her awakening. A crown appeared on her head, followed by red dragons designed composed of runes materializing on her black hanfu. Dugu Jing's hair turned white, followed by his eyes becoming tigers and acquiring whiskers. And if anyone could see his back through his clothes, they would see the tiger stripes. The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor, a muscular man with the obvious physique of a body refiner, had his clothes ripped apart, and a lifelike tattoo of an elephant appeared on his upper torso. Li Jun followed them by also activating his awakening, which had recently changed. Previously, it was only red armor. But now, the armor was more black than red, and he was accompanied by a vision of him sitting on a throne of bones with black flowers everywhere at his feet. I want to thank you guys, Li Jun said calmly as he summoned a red spear while activating all his boosts, including the slaughter spirit he recently created by studying the battle spirit world. He released all his aura, displaying his early 8-fold strength. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to finally stretch my leg. The enemy is more powerful than expected. We need a plan if we want a chance at succeeding in this mission, said the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor through divine sense. We're aware, replied the Seal General. She was currently the strongest. Before being captured, her strength was only peak 5-fold, but she could battle higher folds because of her formation. Now, after the blessing from the Almighty God failed, her strength was only late stage of 7-fold, not even the peak. The Sword General, who was only 4-fold when captured, was even weaker now, barely early 7-fold, and the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor had the strength of 6-fold after the weakening of the Samsara Court. Sword, you're on the offensive since you have the greatest attack potency amongst us. It'll boost your strength with a few seals. Elephant, you're in charge of providing defense to both of us. All right, I'm ready. Dugu Jing nodded. Seal of Strength, Seal of Speed, Seal of Protection, Divine Elephant Rune, Seal of Gold, and White Tiger Rune. The Seal General forcefully stole power from heaven and earth, then sealed them for her to use. In this case, to bless her companion. Dujin Jing's aura exploded after receiving the Seal of Gold and the White Tiger Rune. His body released sword chi so sharp that the death power in this place was dispersed or cut off. Now, this is getting interesting, Li Jun chuckled. Let's start with a small introduction. Li Jun used his signature spear throw. The weapon flew from his hand, turning blue due to its sheer speed. However, the most threatening aspect of it was not the sheer force behind it but the fact it brought death, destruction and violence with it. The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor rushed before the team and put his hands forward to release a phantom of a towering beast, a divine elephant. The creature was golden with red marks on its back, tusks that could come alive, and a powerful trunk that swung at the spear, stopping its unparalleled momentum. The clash between those two released a potent shockwave that could have had a devastating effect in the afterlife had Li Jun not chosen an isolated area for this battle. Ha ha ha! Is this the best you can do? The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor laughed boisterously as he used much of his strength to stop this attack. Sadly, his laughter did not last long when he suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood. He glanced down to see a hole in his chest, but there were no weapons or anyone around him. How can this be? He was not afraid since it only meant returning to the Almighty God's embrace. However, he feared disappointing his Lord and Savior by dying on this mission before accomplishing anything significant. So the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor looked at Li Jun with hatred and unwillingness. This is not over. But it is, Li Jun replied with an odd smile. Do you feel at peace because your soul will return to your God? Sadly for you, you're in my domain, so your soul belongs to me. You wouldn't dare. Li Jun said nothing, but the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor's body disappeared. His body should make an excellent tonic to increase my fleshly body cultivation. He moved his body to evade a golden slash. The Seal and Sword Generals were on high alert. Runes appeared over Seal's face as she tried to detect what killed Elephant. Meanwhile, Sword pushed his extreme senses to the limit while surrounding himself with an invisible torrent of sharp chi that would cut anything that approached him, even if it was invisible. Sadly, all their attempts were useless, so Seal tried a more direct and overbearing approach. Seal of the Unseen. A magic circle appeared to cover the area, sealing anything that could not be detected by the naked eye, intuition, sixth sense, or special detection abilities. She sealed my Limbo clone? Not a bad reaction, Li Jun analyzed. His Limbo clone existed in a realm between life and death, thus rejected by both of them. As such, most things cannot see it. Since taking over the Samsara court, Li Jun's slaughter Dao has changed. He previously included only a small portion of death Dao in it, but now, that portion has drastically increased since he is now the actual ruler of death. Requiem of Death. Li Jun took a few steps forward, each step releasing this somber yet captivating song. The song was beautiful, magnificent even, but only to his ears. To everyone else, it is what the technique is called, a song of death. The Seal and Sword Generals' hearts were getting out of control, beating so hard that they were about to burst. They tried to control their bodies, but their souls quickly responded to the rhythm and also went haywire. Sword immediately went on the offensive to buy his partner time to deal with this situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167 Muscles stretching hundreds of golden swords sharp enough to cut through dimensions hung above this deathly sky before rushing toward Li Jun. However, the fog around him turned into thousands of weapons to clash and stop these swords' onslaught. His tactic was successful despite the swords cutting off millions of swords in the process. The Seal Divine General took this opportunity to seal the anomalies in her heart and soul before doing so for her partner. Then she prepared to go on the offensive, but before she could react, her body suddenly turned hot to the extreme until she suddenly combusted. Li Jun controlled the blood from her body and raised the yang energy inside of her to the extreme until she combusted. While she was distracted, he focused on the swordsman, who immediately acted, killing intent sword slash. The Sword Divine General's body released a terrifying killing intent or bloodlust that changed the color of the surroundings. He perfectly integrated that killing intent in his extremely sharp sword chi, boosting its power. Want to use killing intent before me? He thought with a sneer as he rushed forward. He casually caught the slash with his left hand and crushed it. His spear turned into a halberd in a moment before instantly appearing before his opponent, slashing him with unparalleled force. The sword general's body turned golden as if he were a Buddha that reached enlightenment, except his aura was not peaceful or noble. It contained his usual sharp aura. He was lucky he chose this method, and his defense was potent. Li Jun took a page from his book as he turned the axe-like part of the halberd into an incomparably sharp object. The sword general was almost split in two. Luckily, his golden body held on, and he crashed into the black soil. Li Jun's weapon immediately morphed into a bow, and he pointed at the Seal Divine General, who finally sealed the flame and yang qi in her body. Her face turned ugly as she watched that arrow rush toward her with unparalleled speed. She reacted swiftly as hundreds of magic circles appeared before her, forcing the arrow to pass them before reaching their destination. Each time they break through a rune or magic circle, they experience a type of seal, primarily focusing on sealing its speed, strength, and overall destructive capabilities. Unfortunately, despite her best attempt, the thing was still faster beyond words, and thus, blew half her body as she only managed to buy enough time to move slightly to the side. What? Why aren't I healing? The Seal Divine General thought. She ensured using her Tao will to prevent inhibition of her natural regeneration. A curse? And a nasty one too. She gritted her teeth as she tried to seal and remove this curse immediately. Typically, she would need some understanding of curse Tao to succeed rapidly, but her sealing Tao contained the Overlord Tao. Thus, she only needed to act like an overlord or tyrant and forcefully suppress the pesky curse. Sadly, time was not on her side. Swish! A second terrifying arrow rushed toward her with unparalleled momentum. A slash came from the ground to intercept the arrow, but it suddenly turned into chains that penetrated the void. The Sword Divine General sensed something and turned into a white light to fly away from his position, but it was useless. The chains appeared around him with the obvious intention of binding him. Absolute gold thrust. The Sword Divine General gathered an immense amount of metal chi and condensed it before stabbing his sword, releasing a golden beam with immense penetrating power. Unfortunately, Li Jun seems to have predicted a few moves ahead. The chains turned flaming red as they released an extremely potent flame, and given the fact that fire overcomes metal in the five-element theory, this attack stood no chance. The chains bound the Sword Divine General. However, he was extremely calm. Too calm. "I'll leave the rest to you." He passed out after saying what were probably his first words since coming to this place. Boom! An intense golden light rushed out of the Seal Divine General's body, releasing the extreme sharpness of a sword. He gave her his Tao? Li Jun thought, realizing this was one of their strategies for this battle. He calmly teleported the sword. No, Dugu Jing, away from the battle. He'll save him later once he deals with the current situation. The Seal Divine General felt more confident about winning this battle now that she temporarily had complete access to Sword's Tao and techniques. With her Seal Tao, she was not the perfect combination of ultimate support, attack, and versatility. She raised her jade palm to condense a sword composed of pure metal and sword chi. White Tiger Metal Chi Slash. She swung her sword, releasing a phantom of a white tiger that rushed with unstoppable momentum. The phantom was cutting everything in its path, including subatomic particles and even the space-time on this battlefield. Luckily, the space had potent healing capabilities and would instantly repair itself. As a holy beast, white tigers are associated with slaughter, and their primary element is metal. Knowing this, you dare attack a master of slaughter art? The white tiger phantom paused before reaching Li Jun and gazed at him before bowing its head before returning to its creator. It abandoned the Seal Divine General and even attacked her. Damn thing, she cursed before absorbing the phantom back into her sword and caressing the sword to place a seal. To be precise, she sealed the limit of her attack. Then with one swing, everything turned white as the slash cut everything on its path. Li Jun was surprised by the potency of this attack and had to evade it. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of him if he were hit. So, finally losing the calm demeanor, she taunted before preparing to slash a second time. The Seal Divine General suddenly stopped and grunted, followed by clutching her stomach. She was suddenly in so much pain that for an attosecond, she doubted her almighty God, thinking he had forsaken her. What is this? She thought, trying intensely not to pass out. Am I hungry? She swiftly realized the sensation she was feeling. An anger so intense that it rendered her useless. Could this man be able to control anything related to killing or death? For example, hunger and famine? The Seal Divine General was a conceptual being, and even before that, she could rely on the energy in the surroundings or her own to survive without any food or water for millions of years. Yet, she was now feeling hungry. She immediately tried to stop the technique with a seal, but the process was taken too long, so Seal destroyed all her internal organs. However, that barely reduced the pain. The worst part is Li Jun was slowly flying over. I need to end this fight with one technique or seal him long enough to get out of this misery, the Divine Seal General thought, and once Li Jun was closed, she gritted her teeth to cast two potent seals, Seal of Death and Seal of Killing. She planned to seal these two concepts that made up her opponent's foundational power. Due to the difference in strength, she did not know whether the seal would work 100%, but it should buy her enough time. Plash! The Seal Divine General spewed a large mouthful of blood, and even her orifices started bleeding. Backlash! Her seals not only failed, but she suffered a terrible backlash. Your master chose the wise path by choosing knowledge and control as part of her Tao, Li Jun said calmly. Although this path is slower since she needs to learn a lot, it's safer and more powerful. Meanwhile, you chose the path of an overlord or forcefully controlling things instead of understanding them. Your way is quick but extremely dangerous when you meet competent opponents, especially the ones with outlaw das. I don't have dash. Alright, enough with all that god nonsense, Li Jun interrupted. I should thank you guys for allowing me to stretch my muscles. Although I would have loved this fight to be more challenging, it was better than nothing. The Almighty God will avenge me. None of you can escape. Stupid thing. Your god is gone. What do you mean? She asked while resisting the hunger pain. Someone took over his body. Nonsense, she rebutted with gritted teeth. If this was some ploy to weaken my faith, don't waste your saliva. I'm indeed wasting my saliva. Li Jun placed his hand on her temple, and she began screaming, displaying she was in even more pain than before. A few seconds later, Li Jun held a golden insect in his palm and crushed it. Lady Hong, are you back? Hong Meilin's eyes became clear after a few seconds before releasing a terrifying killing intent. That bastard golden god. How dare he enslave me? Her body suddenly shook, thinking how much of a terrible fate she could have suffered had this not been a war and that bastard was busy. I'm glad the void suddenly trembled, alerting the two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168 Reducing Consequences. Hong Meiling. Wang Wei. Big brother. I don't have much time, Wang Wei's voice echoed, followed by a portal opening before a talisman made from his blood rushed before her. Wang Ju won't be able to hold on until I come back. Use this talisman with my strength and help her seal the abyss gap. Don't take too long since your body and soul cannot withstand my power for too long. All right. Big brother, are you all right? Li Jun asked. I'll be fine. I'll see you soon. The two felt his presence disappeared. Well, don't waste time. Right. Hong Meiling crushed the talisman, feeling a terrifying power coursing through her veins. She was instantly intoxicated as the sensation that she could do anything overwhelmed her mind. Luckily, an unknown power rushed into her soul and strengthened her spirit, allowing her to regain clarity and thus have complete control over this newfound power. Is this his true strength? How he feel every day? Hong Meiling thought briefly before remembering the task at hand. She looked at Li Jun. Thank you for freeing me from my enslavement, and I promise to repay the favor once this is over. No need, Li Jun replied. He was stuck in this place for a while, so he doubted whether she could help him in any form or shape. Additionally, they were technically family if you consider her status as his sister-in-law's apprentice. This kind of karma is not something I'm willing to owe, so I will repay it one day, Hong Meiling said as she disappeared. She directly teleported outside of the abyss gap, where she immediately noticed Wang Ju. However, the mistress of shadow was in terrible shape. As she sat cross-legged, floating in the void before a dark gate, her body released a powerful aura on par with the golden god, but that was unimportant. Half of her body had transformed into shadow form, while the rest had a dark red and eerie aura. Corruption, Hong Meiling muttered before rushing over. However, a dark golden palm descended from the heavens out of nowhere, forcing her to stop her track and condense a defensive seal to protect herself. "Golden God," she said with gritted teeth. "No, wait. Something's wrong with him." Her enhanced senses immediately noticed an anomaly from the latter, especially the dark aura intertwined with his soul. He's also corrupted? No, this is not simple corruption from the abyss. He is being controlled. Hong Meiling immediately figured out many things in this brief interaction. The Golden God somehow had a connection with the abyss and even teamed up with the latter, most likely to deal with Wang Wei. However, the latter played with fire and was controlled, becoming a puppet for the abyss. How ironic, she sneered. However, Hong Meiling knew this was not the time to be petty, so she calmed down to analyze the situation. The question is, why is he revealing himself now? Her extended senses detected that the Golden God defeated the myriad Emperor World's people with a mirror as his new form boosted his prowess. Luckily, the latter seemed in a hurry and did not focus too much on eradicating them. Hong Meiling did not take long to get the answer to her question. The answer was her. The abyss activated this chess piece known as the Golden God because she was about to help Wang Ju reinforce the seal, thus preventing whatever was inside from coming out. Boom! Hundreds of dark golden fists descended on her, all with the intention of completely annihilating her from existence. Hong Meiling generated a powerful defensive array to protect herself. His strength is so close to the Empyrean realm that the gap could be described as a thread of a difference, she analyzed. In this state, the Golden God, no, the heaven-devouring emperor, could be described as a pseudo-Empyrean, if such a thing existed. However, he's still not on my level. Seal of Strength. An enormous character for the word strength, materialized in the heavens, and with one thought, it descended on the Golden God. The space around the character folded as it descended, a sign of the sheer force or power it contained. The heaven-devouring emperor created golden walls before him to protect himself, but it was to no avail. The seal crushed everything in its path, including the Golden God's body and soul. Well, almost everything. A golden light flew from the center of the explosion into the distance. What's this? An armor? Hong Meiling thought as she swiftly installed a potent seal to catch the armor, but the thing passed through her seal before disappearing in the distance. What an odd thing, she concluded. More importantly, it's not the only odd thing in this experience. She realized the Golden God was defeated too swiftly. Her strength indeed trumped him, but the difference was not large enough for an instant kill. By all accounts, this should have been a fiercer battle. The only reassurance she had was the fact that she detected that all the people previously controlled by the Golden God were now free, meaning the parasites died with their host or master. Now is not the time for this. She rushed to Wang Ju's aid. Hong Meiling immediately frowned as soon as she checked the situation. The core seals were already destroyed, meaning she could only buy enough time, even with her current strength. Hong Meiling pointed at Wang Ju to seal her corruption, but she failed. So, she added billions of them instantly, focusing on preventing its spread instead of completely containing it. "Thank you," Wang Ju said with a hoarse voice before swallowing a bunch of pills to alleviate her situation. "This is not the time for this. It'll help you contain its power." "No." "What? Help me. With something else." "What are you talking about?" Wang Ju's face regained some color, so she explained, "I don't know when my master is returning, and I need to deal with this situation in case he doesn't make it in time." "And how exactly do you plan on doing that?" "By involving someone with the power to deal with this situation." "Are you talking about true heavenly Tao?" Hong Meiling asked. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. As you can see by the fact it hasn't intervened, the current situation still falls under the normal operation of the world. I'm talking about samsara. What can it do? If we can teleport the entire abyss gap to the afterlife, the Yama Kings will have no choice but to intervene and eradicate this threat." Yama Kings. It was the first time Hong Meiling had heard this title, but somehow, she could sense the nobleness and power associated with it. It was a strange experience, one she connected to her current power. "I don't know about this," Hong Meiling said. "Wang Wei tasked me to provide you with backup and hold on as long as possible. Everyone is waiting for my master to come save the day, but what if he cannot?" Wang Ju asked. "You should have more faith in him." "I do, more than anyone in this world," Wang Ju replied, her tone very confident. However, I also understand that he will not escape such a situation unscathed. My purpose is only to reduce whatever price or sacrifice hell eventually have to make. Hong Meiling was briefly quiet. Even if your intentions are noble, how are we supposed to pull something like this? Whatever creature is inside has already wasted a lot of strength removing all these seals. The abyss gap has existed for a long time, and since it was sealed, millions, maybe even more, of great emperors have added their power to the seal. Meaning that currently, it's at its weakest state. With your power, mine, and the 4-symbol mirror, it should be no problem to send the entire thing through reincarnation. Wang Ju raised her hand, and the mirror teleported into her hands. Are you sure this plan is feasible? Hong Meiling asked with a frown. Are those Yama kings reliable? They are. What about the consequences for messing up with samsara? I will take all the blame, Wang Ju declared calmly. Good, Hong Meiling said with gritted teeth. Time was running out, so it was not time to be indecisive. She activated her most powerful sealing techniques while working in tandem with Wang Ju and the mirror. All their strength had the same source, making their synchronization almost perfect. Boom! A banging echoed on the black gate, indicating that something or someone wanted to rush out. Hurry! Yelled Wang Ju, feeling the creature's desperation. The mirror shone brilliantly on the gate, followed by myriad runes or magic circles serving as seals. Meanwhile, Wang Ju accessed Wang Wei's space, time, and life-death Dao. Cracks appeared on her body as she had overused his power while already in a terrible state. Bang! A claw pushed open the gate, and Wang Ju and Hong Meiling grimaced. They immediately used a secret technique to burn their blood and soul to boost their strength, trying one last desperate move to ensure success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169 Blackmail, Threat, and Respect. Wang Ju and Hong Meiling focused all their powers, but that claw that resembled a crab was persistent, trying everything in its power to prevent being sealed. Roar! A terrifying scream rushed from the other side of the portal, and the two immediately started hearing murmurs. An irritating voice kept repeating the sentence. Nothing is real, everything is false, and the only truth is the dreamer in the deep. This simple sentence seemed to contain an undeniable truth, so as soon as they heard it, these two powerful cultivators immediately started to question everything they knew to be real. Was their world real? Was the sky truly blue? Do stars really exist? What about the people close to them? Were the relationships they cherished real? More importantly, was their strength real or another great illusion of life? Wake up, roared a voice deep in Wang Ju's mind, and she instantly recognized it since she spent all her life dedicated to that voice. She experienced the change from a child to an adult and to the powerhouse that stood at the top of the world. Wang Ju used Wang Wei's pain innate talent on herself, using the pain to distract herself from the murmur. She then helped Hong Meiling with the same method. Is the pain bearable? I'm fine, she replied with a groan. The pain was indeed terrible, but it was an excellent way to ignore the terrifying murmurs. Then let's continue. The claw had used this opportunity to push further from its prison. Wang Ju further pushed her body to the limit, resulting in all her black hair turning white. As an immortal, she does not lack a lifespan, but this change indicates that the essence of her body and soul are running out, and she will not survive for long. Sadly, her action did not have the effect she wanted. The two made little to no progress with the plan to teleport this gate to Samsara, and only managed to delay the creature's freedom. Damn it, what is this thing? Wang Ju cursed. However, determination flashed in her eyes as she realized she made the correct choice. That creature had weakened to an extent, but its power was still fierce. Her master will definitely pay a steep price to deal with it, so she must prevent that from happening. But what should I do? Seal of Darkness. Yu Yan suddenly appeared with an orb in her palm that seemed to embody darkness. The orb became a seal before adding to the gate, pushing the creature's claw back a few inches. Her eyes turned red briefly before reverting to their original state. Yu Yan expected this change and protected herself with a brilliant technique called Seed of Darkness. She created a seed inside her body capable of absorbing all negative emotions, buffs, or status. In other words, the creature's spiritual attack only made the seed bloom faster, which she can use as a potent attack. Yu Yan frowned. Her seed was growing at an alarming rate, unlike anything she had ever seen. Furthermore, her attack did not do as much as she hoped for. Wang Ju glanced at her and immediately noticed her tenfold or 999% strength. I was right, she thought. People might think the sect madam's current strength might result from a talisman left by her son beforehand to protect her, but her eyes saw the truth. She saw Yu Yan's current robe was the golden god's armor transformed to hide from others. Focus, she reminded herself. They were still in a precarious situation. Forget about teleporting it. We will be lucky if we manage to buy enough time. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, trying to find a solution. What would my lord do in this situation? Wang Ju asked herself. Boom. A booming sound echoed in the void, followed by a brilliant golden light that came out of nowhere and plunged into the gate, reinforcing the seal. The creature roared, however, it was hard to tell whether it was out of pain, anger, annoyance, or all three. Feng Heng? Wang Ju was confused. The person looked like the monk she knew, but his aura was completely different. He was holy and noble, and more importantly, his strength was similar to Hong Meiling or specifically her master. How is that possible? She squinted her eyes as she used her power of divination to find the truth. Such a change might seem advantageous to the current situation, but without knowing how, things might become even more unpredictable, thus aggravating the current problem. Is this power coming from the Western Pure Bliss land? Wang Ju knew the original was a forbidden land, but now it had turned into a powerful foundation for the Western Bliss sect. Are those people finally making a move? Wang Ju thought excitedly, waiting for Feng Heng to continue. The monk waved his hand to summon two beautiful trees that embodied wisdom and enlightenment, the Bodhi trees. The original Bliss land had a tree, and Wang Wei lent Feng Heng one to nurture, and it has almost reached maturity. With the Bodhi trees as support, Feng Heng drastically increased the seal's strength. The creature was rapidly pushed back into the gate, roaring even louder. However, it was pointless as, in some way, the power of Buddhism was its antithesis. It is time to return to the embrace of the Great Old One. An eerie voice sounded from the small crack of the portal. The voice was both male and female, and it also sounded like hundreds of different gendered voices spoke in unison. Just hearing it made Wang Ju and everyone else around feel their skin crawl. They did not know the creature's language, but they understood what he said clearly. Their faces changed, but before they could react, myriad auras rushed from all over the endless void. Damn it! I thought we eliminated all these cultists. Wang Ju's divine sense detected trillions of people, including mortals and cultivators, suddenly killing themselves as some sort of sacrifice to empower this thing that was the poster child for creepiness. Wang Ju watched as the creature that was on the verge of being sealed suddenly overpowered all their previous effort. At this rate, it won't take long for it to free itself. In this situation, I can do only one thing, she thought. Her master was taking such a long time to deal with his situation despite knowing the severity of this creature being freed, so she needed to hold on to the fort for as long as possible. Slaughter trial. Chen Tong was calmly observing everything, his eyes focused on Feng Heng. I've been wondering why these two never intervened to deal with these troubles in the lower dimension. My best guess is they've been keeping each other balanced to prevent the others from forming stronger allies and getting the advantage. Finally, Methreya has made a move, but I expect more. His gaze focused on somewhere else. Now then, why hasn't Supreme Unity made his move? Chen Tong did not believe for a second that he did not have a pawn in the lower dimension, similar to the Western Pure Bliss land. He even guessed that chess piece might be the Qi luck of all Taoist lineages in the lower dimension. Could it be that the destruction of the lower dimension benefits him? Even if it's at the hands of that abomination? Chen Tong frowned, not happy with this conclusion. It's one thing to compete with each other for supremacy, but something entirely different to allow foreigners to do as they please in their homes. Ha! Someone is calling me? He waved his hand to summon someone into a spiritual world. Little girl, why are you calling me? I apologize for bothering you, Lord Chintong, but I need you to intervene in the situation, Wang Ju said while bowing. Why would I do that? And don't say something stupid like for the world's safety, Ching Tong stated calmly. I'm asking because you owe my master great karma. I owe him karma? Those are bold words, Chen Tong chuckled. You do. Why don't I know about it? Because of your secret observation of the lower dimension, you've learned countless great secrets from masters. Valuable secrets that even people in your level would kill for. Cheng Tong frowned. So? Although she was correct, it did not mean she owed Wang Wei any karma. It was his ability to get that information without being detected. You're a great being that is detached from karma, Wang Ju continued. Great emperors already had high immunity to karma, let alone paragons. However, my master is a master of karma. And once he reaches your level, if he wishes to use this fact to make you owe him karma, you'll be able to do nothing about it. Are you threatening me? Yes, I am. Do you understand I can annihilate you and your master with a single thought, and there is nothing you can do about it? Wang Ju's body trembled as she sensed a deep fear even greater than facing that weird creature. Then, I wonder what makes you so daring? Because I know you won't dare do it, Wang Ju replied calmly. Chen Tong squinted his eyes. She was correct, as he did dare kill Wang Wei because of all the things connected to this man. I might not dare kill him, but it's not the same for you. My master loves me very much, Wang Ju calmly rebutted. Enough to make a paragon his enemy? Enough to face Grand Dao himself, she replied without hesitation. Interesting, Chen Tong chuckled. I must admit that I envy him for having such a loyal and capable follower. Fine, I'll help you. He knew what a nightmare it could be to owe a Dao overlord with karma Dao any debt, so he accepted this blackmail. But remember this, only this time, Chen Tong said with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent would have instantly annihilated the lower dimension if they were not inside a spiritual realm. If you dare try to blackmail me again, I'll risk everything to eradicate you and your master from this universe. I understand, and I do apologize for my actions. I had no other choice, Wang Ju said while bowing 90 degrees. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170, Mark of Fate, unedited chapter. How do I do this? Chen Tong muttered to himself. He's technically dead, and taking action while in limbo will cost him more than using other means. As such, he wanted to use other means to help or intervene. Oh, I know, he said before raising his hand to condense a blue crystal. This is a purified void heart from a tier 11 void beast. Such a thing exists? Wang Ju asked instinctively. Not in the lower dimension, but higher level void beasts exist, Chen Tong calmly explained. Back to the topic. Fuse this heart with your world tree, and it should be more than enough to seal and teleport the abyss gap. Thank you very much, Wang Ju swiftly said, bowing deeply once the crystal was in her palm. She now had hope with this thing. Nothing was more important than that. One more thing, Chen Tong added before she left. You should be aware that you're in terrible shape and won't survive long. I am, she replied calmly. Since I'm already being nice, why don't I go all out? I don't mind healing your injuries. And what do you want in exchange? You said your master loves you enough to fight Grand Dao itself? All I want is a promise from you that our debt is cleared from now on. I'm sorry. Are you still worried about him paying for your actions? You should understand that if he wishes to save you in your current state, he will have to pay a steep price, and even then, there is a chance he will fail. Are you really prepared to separate from him? No, that's not it. Chen Tong frowned, thinking she was just being stubborn. However, he saw the clarity in her eyes, and something dawned on him. I see. I'll help you one last time, but you owe me a small favor, and I mean you, not your master. Wang Ju opened her eyes, sensing the blue crystal in her cracked sea of consciousness. She no longer hesitated, summoned the world tree holding the heavenly court, and fused the crystal. The towering grew in size until it was as big as the best heavenwell worlds before stopping, and Wang Ju used all its power to seal the abyss gap. The creature in the abyss did not like this new change and roared even louder. It tried something for him, but this time around, it was useless, and not just because of the tree's power. Wang Ju predicted he would not so easily accept defeat, so she summoned the Qi luck of the entire Heavenly Emperor era to complete the final seal. Once the gate closed, Wang Ju did not waste time and used one of the branches of this new world tree to open a channel directly to Samsara, sending it to the afterlife. She ensured it was another branch not connected to Li Jun. Damn it, she heard a voice roaring, followed by a deep and scary gaze. The gaze felt even scarier than Chen Tong, but Wang Ju was prepared for this. However, to her surprise, the gaze slowly faded. She was confused, thinking maybe Li Jun did anything. But after checking, he was only observing the situation from his throne. Wang Ju's body suddenly trembled, followed by her complexion became paler than paper, and her aura drastically decreased. She almost failed from the void. That's how weak she was. Are you all right? Someone appeared next to her, holding her body. Sect madam? I'm fine. Here, take these pills. It's all right. You need to hold on until Wire returns so he can heal you, Yu Yen persuaded. I'm fine really, she said, but still took the pills to reassure her. Yu Yen looked at her before glancing at the situation. She sighed. I never expected things to become so out of control. Indeed. Void battlefield. Wang Wei was in a precarious situation. He managed to contain the explosion from the Nether Monarch sword with strength from his future self. He condensed and dealt with all the dead and Yin Qi to prevent them from turning the lower dimension into a ghost world. He even went as far as dealing with the situation as swiftly as possible by suppressing his desire to preserve the sword. His instinct warned him of the possibility of worsening the situation. However, right as he was about to succeed, the contamination contained in the explosion started to act. It formed into this weird phantom-like creature with no legs, humanoid shape, no arms, and tentacles coming from its chest. Been waiting for you, Wang Wei thought as he condensed his willpower into a potent blade and slashed the creature. His current strength meant he now had less limitation to use the full extent of his willpower. So, the creature had no chance of resisting and evaporating from the world, or so he thought. Wang Wei watched in surprise as the creature rapidly reformed before rushing to him. An immortal creature? He immediately tried to seal it, but this creature soon proved extremely proficient in dealing with sealing Dao. Unless his wife was here, there was no way to seal this creature as fast as he wished to. The next step would be to deal with him how I killed Lianxiang, he thought as he found the creature's connection to his master. However, he did not find the connection, no matter how much he pushed his karma Dao. This thing was created purposely to deal with me, he immediately concluded. The abyss gap must have been preparing for this escape for a while, and that thing even took him into account to ensure success. If that's the case, the creature's purpose is to buy time. So, how do you break this game? Ha! Wang Ju. Wang Wei sensed something and was forced to redirect his focus. He opened his mouth to spit a drop of bright red blood that condensed into a talisman. He attached a piece of spiritual particle to it before sending it away. However, his slight distraction almost made him lose control of all the explosion energy he was still containing. If I want to deal with this creature as fast as possible, I need to use a tactic I've never used before. He immediately condensed a clone that opened countless breaches from the source chi space. Then, with his force control skill, he controlled these chi like he was a veteran insurgent immortal sovereign, placing layers upon layers of chi seals around the creature. As expected, this tactic worked. The Abyss Gap's owner might have developed its ability to deal with seals after spending so much time in the Abyss and passing that knowledge to this creature. But it was obvious that he was not as competent when it came to dealing with energy seals. Additionally, Wang Wei's main body did not stop destroying this creature with his willpower to prevent it from analyzing the seal. Done, Wang Wei said as the last chi seals completely rendered the creature useless. However, his danger senses suddenly went overdrive, so he instinctively gathered all his powers into the explosion before sending the thing into the source chi space. However, the danger did not stop since it originated from the sealed creature. A symbol ignored all his seals and rushed toward him. Another fucking mark? Do you want me to become the vessel for your master? Wang Wei thought with an ugly expression. Why the fuck do these outer worlders like marking people so much? He clapped his hand, and the river of time manifested behind him briefly before turning into a mote of light that entered his hands. Wang Wei raised his right hand, which now contained a symbol of its own. The symbol rushed toward the upcoming attack, overwhelming it in an instant. After all, this mark of fate was condensed from the power of the river of fate itself. I just had an idea. Wouldn't fate be interested in turning an outer god's servant or creature into its puppet? He muttered with a sneer. Since you people like to mark people so much, let's see how much you like it being done to you. He controlled the mark to enter the sealed creature's body and heard it roar in defiance. However, it was pointless as this was a great opportunity. The river of fate does not like uncontrollable things, And these foreign creatures were one of those things outside its parameters. But now, with this mark, it had a chance to analyze these invaders better and maybe take a closer step at dealing with their masters. As such, no matter what this creature did, it was pointless as the mark embedded in its very existence rapidly corroded it on a fundamental level. Wang Wei watched this with bated breath, and right as the thing was about to succeed, another power began to resist. Sadly, the creature suddenly disappeared and he could not tell the final outcome between Fate and Thulu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171. The Wang Wei shook his head. Slightly disappointed he could not see the final result. The good news is he has a way to deal with these outer gods, given how excited the River of Fate seemed to be due to his decision. Something told him this would not be the last time he would have to deal with these things, and now, he at least had a way to confront their weirdness. He teleported away to the Abyss Gap and immediately saw everything was finished. His eyes and connection with Wang Ju allowed him to know what had just happened without anyone saying a word, including Chen Tong's intervention. It seems you did a better job than I anticipated, Wang Wei said with a smile, which quickly faded. He saw how much of a terrible shape Wang Ju was. She should have dissipated long ago, but someone had helped her last long enough for his return. Don't worry. I'll fix you back to normal shortly. Before that, let's continue preserving your body and soul so that they don't collapse. No need, young master. What's the meaning of this? Wang Ju was quiet. You want to take a page from the Sleeper's book? Wasn't this the plan all along? Yes, but you were supposed to leave after others had established a foundation, Wang Wei rebutted. I know you wish to protect me, but such a mission requires someone of my skill to have a chance of success, Wang Ju stated. Now is the perfect opportunity to get things into motion. It was now Wang Wei's turn to be quiet. Very well. A golden crown condensed above his head, signaling his status as the Heavenly Emperor. A second black crown appeared, showing his status as the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei then looked at the sky. Can you give me my position in advance? A light descended from the heavens to condense into a white crown, representing his status as the human emperor for saving the world. Although many people performed excellently in this catastrophe, especially Wang Ju, it did not change the fact that she and the others mostly used Wang Wei's powers, items, or creations. The three crowns fused together into a golden robe attire with black and white dragons and other auspicious symbols and a crown that perfectly fit Wang Wei's body. In my name as the Sage Emperor, I will grant you the title and blessing of the Shadow Heavenly Emperor. May your reincarnation be peaceful and full of blessing. A golden light rushed out of Wang Ju's soul, healing a lot of the previously damaged areas. However, the more important thing was her rapid increase in talent. A translucent dragon slightly smaller than the world tree in the distance descended from the void and entered her body, signaling her newfound chi luck and great destiny. Lastly, purple merit descended from the heavens. In this catastrophe, Wang Ju was the second greatest contributor and deserves all the merits. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wang Ju bowed. I have many words to say to you, but I think it's best to leave them for our reunion, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Ju had been with his maid before he even started cultivating. Now, they were about to part ways for who knows how many yuan epochs. Young master, please take care of yourself, Wang Ju said, unsuccessfully trying to prevent the tears from dripping from her eyes. Wang Wei also felt teary, but he controlled himself. He waved his hand to preserve her inner world for her successor. Come, I will escort you to your reincarnation, Wang Wei declared as he opened a portal and led Wang Ju inside. The two floated above a yellow river with countless souls traversing through a bridge. A few souls even fell into the river, but Wang Wei ignored this. I request a meeting with a Yama King, Wang Wei said in a soft yet powerful voice. What do you want? Asked an obviously annoyed voice. Normally, they would not care about this brat, even if he was the Earth Emperor. However, his new position as the Sage Emperor did give him the right to request a direct meeting with a Yama King. Wang Wei did not care about the fact this person was showing disrespect by not showing up. That's what happens when he's the Sage Emperor, without the power. Had he acquired that position in the upper dimension, all the Yama Kings in charge of the eternal Ascension world Samsara would have shown up before him. I want to take on her sins, Wang Wei stated. They have been offset by her merit, said the voice. Is that so? Wang Wei had an inkling since no one did anything to Wang Ju, but he wanted to make sure. Is that all? The voice asked. I want to use my authority to request that she is reincarnated in another chaos world. You have that authority, but you're only a minor sage emperor, so you must pay for your request. How much? 20% of the merit gained after establishing the Samsara court. 20% of the merit right after the court is established, or 20% of all the merit I acquire during my reign? The latter. What if I want a few more people to reincarnate with her? Depending on the number, that would be an additional 5 to 10%. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei thought. With his current strength, he will have to rely heavily on pure luck if he wishes for any of his Fate Shadow Guard members to reincarnate in other Chaos worlds successfully. Fine, I'll pay for it. Wang Wei knew this was an excellent deal and accepted it. As you wish. The presence of the voice disappeared. Wang Wei focused on Wang Ju. Let me see your weapon. She handed her 2 black daggers, and Wang Wei fused a small gray orb into the weapon before storing the weapon in her soul. Reincarnating with a weapon to protect you should make the process slightly easier, especially since I've stored some of my strength in it. Young master. No need for sadness, as this is only a temporary parting, Wang Wei said before showing a brilliant smile. I cannot wait to see what you turn into in your new life. I won't disappoint you. Without the limitations of talents and the blessing of luck and destiny, Wang Ju was confident she would succeed in her mission to establish the Fate Shadow Guard in other Chaos worlds and, eventually, throughout the Chaos universe. Any last words or regrets? Wang Wei asked. No last words, but I do have one regret. Oh, which is? That I won't have the Wang clan bloodline in my next life. How is that a regret? Our clan's bloodline goes deeper than the body and touches on the soul. You can condense our void human fiend god bloodline in your next life from the traces in your soul. Is that so? In that case, I'm satisfied. Good. Then, for the last step. Wang Wei summoned his Samsara Dao to release a black light into Wang Ju's soul. Then, he condensed a seed containing his power of fate and gave it to her. I've protected your memory, so you should awaken them very early on, he explained. Lastly, I've given you this fate seed so that the Fate Shadow Guards can have access to their fate abilities without being labeled as outlaws. However, be mindful since the rules of the Chaos world might be different, and it might not work. I understand. Oh, and don't use the name Fate Shadow Guard. That name has too much karmic connection to me, and it might allow some people to deduce your relationship to me. I will. Wang Wei held her face and kissed her on the forehead. See you again. See you again, young master. Wang Ju flew to the bridge and proceeded along just like all the other souls. Wang Wei watched her for a while before sending a message outside, and a few minutes later, 10,000 shadow guards appeared before him, all kneeling in the air. Although it's a little bit early, it's time for your next mission. You should have been prepared? Yes, master. They said in unison. Then get to it. The guards did not hesitate to abandon their bodies, immortal chi, and even inner worlds to turn into souls. That's how loyal they were or were trained to be. Wang Wei blessed them too, before watching them walk over the bridge. He took one last glance before leaving. A gaze was secretly watching him from the shadows. Then it said, reincarnate them into the warring void world. Are you sure? Asked the Sandhyama King, the one who spoke with Wang Wei previously. Just do it. Sand did not understand his supervisor's motive. The warring void world was one of the most chaotic places in the universe because of a phenomenon called chaos-void convergence, where portals open to countless other chaos worlds. This event was not rare but frequent, often resulting in that world being invaded or invading other worlds. The competition is fierce, which usually results in that world being one of the most powerful in primordial chaos or being the weakest as it suffers from countless invasions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172. No different. At the center of the River of Fate was a lavish palace called the Fate Haven Palace, which embodied causality itself. A man sat comfortably on a hanging chair with a cup containing wine in his left hand while looking at a screen projection. The adjudicator of fate calmly watched Wang Wei's confrontation with the mark of the outer gods. No wonder fate loves him so much. Such a simple and obvious idea, but only he thought of it. The chaos universe was vast. Maybe someone else had the same idea. However, none of that matters because that bastard was the only one who had the ability or skill to succeed while also having a deep connection with fate. He looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth. The bastard doesn't even want the role. Meanwhile, I had to gravel for an eternity before I could compete for it, but you still chose him? Fate stood up from his seat, and with a wave of his hand, he reached the lower end of the river of time, which is the past, and destroyed Wang Wei, the eternal Ascension, and that entire timeline. However, a few seconds afterward, that destroyed timeline returned to its previous state as if nothing had occurred. The adjudicator exhaled deeply before pouring more of his drink, trying his best to relax. Time. Why are you here? I thought a new variable had appeared, but it was just you messing around, replied the Time Cardinal, his whiskers dancing with the wind while looking as elegant as always. I was just venting. Stop doing useless things. I know, replied the Fate Cardinal, who suddenly sensed someone else coming. Heaven. Why are you here? Imagine my surprise when a timeline which I was heading to was suddenly erased. Why were you heading there? Did something happen? Fate and Time were immediately on guard. Any sudden change in the situation could mean bad news for any of them. Yes, but it's not what you think, Heaven reassured. Grand Tao ordered me to teach the sun. The two were silent for a few seconds before the Fate Cardinal started laughing uncontrollably. If there is one positive of this ordeal, it is seeing how disappointing that privileged bastard is. Watch your tongue, the Heaven Cardinal warned. Why should I? I will either die in that other bastard's hands or lose my position. I have nothing left to lose. You should still have some decorum, Heaven warned. No matter what, the sun is destined to become the council's leader and our boss. If he survives, Fate sneered. From a linear understanding of time, the son of Grand Tao is a recent chess move of Grand Tao to change the past and affect the upper branch of the River of Time, which is where the real battle is occurring. As such, his fate is still undetermined and full of endless possibilities. However, the fact that Grand Tao tasked Heaven to become the latter's teacher proves that things are not going well, and the sun needs a little extra help. You're being unfair, the Time Cardinal added. By all accounts, the sun is extremely talented, even better than the best of us when we were mortals. Sadly, he's an embarrassment compared to him, Fate finished, not taking his comrade's warning to heart. In fact, we all know that Heavenly Book is the best candidate for that position. He's the only person capable of defeating that monster. Sadly, that bastard is too smart for his own good and too ambitious. He wants to skip many steps and swallow many players with one chess move. Fate shook his head. Heavenly Book is indeed playing a risky game, but him winning might be our only chance to reverse the situation, Heaven commented. On top of what happened with the Heavenly Tao race, didn't you try to make your pawn and fail? What's your point? I thought you hated him with a passion, but your tone. Fate looked at him oddly, feeling his relationship with Heavenly Book Paragon suddenly became suspicious. You're overthinking things, Heaven said calmly. I've figured some things out. Do you agree that if Heavenly Book wins, the only thing that will change is him being the enemy now instead of that bastard? Indeed. Even Time agreed with this analysis. Recent events have led them to this sad conclusion. Well, I'm of the opinion that Heavenly Book is easier to deal with. Bold words, Fate said. In terms of intelligence, foundation and strength, they are pretty on par. That bastard has the advantage of knowledge from the prehistoric world, but if he loses, that information will become Heavenly Book's resources. Heavenly Book has two disadvantages that will make it easier to deal with, Heaven boldly proclaimed. Firstly, Book has servants and subordinates, while he has allies, family, and like-minded individuals. The man is indeed charismatic, Time commented, and Fate shot him a glare, which he ignored. Secondly, it's their flaws. Flaw. Yes. His greatest flaw is his greed, while Heavenly Book's greatest flaw is bold and reckless-like moves. Fate squinted his eyes. As long as these people have emotions, they cannot be perfect, meaning they have flaws, including personality. However, the flaws of these two Tao overlords are not simple things that anyone can take advantage of. In fact, It's more of a guideline on how they operate regarding certain things or events. You have a point, but there is no meaning in discussing this until Heavenly Book is the winner, Fate calmly said. He squinted his eyes, thinking whether there was still hope for him. He had no problem dealing with the Heavenly Book since the latter would not be interested in his job due to different Tao. However, it's odd how Heaven is advocating for Heavenly Book when he's the one that would be in trouble if the latter became the new player. Fate truly wanted to know what that shining bastard was scheming. By the way, Heaven, are you going to be all right? Time asked. What do you mean? Can you promise the sun to perform better after your teaching? And if not, are you prepared to be punished by Grand Tao? Heaven was immediately silent. This problem was the current dilemma he was facing. Normally speaking, someone of his level training anyone should be guaranteed to be amongst the best in the entire Chaos universe. However, he was uncertain about this assignment. How about we all come up with a training plan? He suggested. No thanks, Fate immediately replied. I'm already in trouble as it is. I don't need Grand Tao to remember and risk him accelerating the time of my punishment. But you could also benefit if we succeed. The benefits are not worth the risks. Fate was adamant about his decision, so Heaven shook his head. What about you? I have no interest in any kind of training plan, but if you need something from me, feel free to ask, and I will do my best. I guess that's better than nothing, Heaven sighed. Well, I'm leaving. Ha! Chaos is coming. The Judge of Chaos manifested her presence, with her beautiful purple skin glistening without any sun or light. Did you find the Fate Stealer's new hideout? No. I thought you said you knew for certain where they were. Fate asked. I said I had a great idea where they might be, but I was wrong, she corrected. So, what place was such a great idea? The Sea of End. That was indeed a good guess, Time nodded before sighing deeply. Are you lamenting how useless we are? Fate asked before laughing out loud. If you look at his life, we are no different than the 7 parasites. Good enough challengers but not enough to be truly worthy or memorable adversaries. Ha! Shut up, said Chaos in a raised voice. Feeling humiliated because it's true? Fate sneered. And don't tell me what to do in my own home. Any news from the others? Time asked, trying to redirect the conversation and preventing these two from getting into a direct confrontation. Last time I checked, Source checked every corner of her domain but found nothing. Meanwhile, Samsara doesn't look like she's too focused on the search. Did she find a new pawn? I don't know. She's always been hard to read, Chaos shrugged. Samsara is the one who takes her job the most seriously, which has allowed her to remain a little more elusive. So far, they don't know whether she's truly passionate about her position or if it was just another ploy. Heaven, have you calculated anything? Time asked. If I had, don't you think I would have said something? Unless you want to take all the credits, Fate sneered. And face him and the Fate Stealers alone? Do you think I'm as stupid and arrogant as you? Bastard! I don't have time for this, Chaos declared before disappearing. Now that she had notified the majority of her results, there was no need to remain here. Time shook his cat's head before also leaving. Chaos, wait. Heaven wanted to know whether she was interested in the training plan. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. As for that bastard Fate, he can be dealt with later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173 New Enemy? Limbo. The human emperor opened its eyes as he sensed something. He wanted to descend to the lower dimension through a projection but remembered Heavenly Tao's blockade. Yingzheng frowned. This time, he really could not postpone checking what was happening since his senses told him something important had occurred. I can either ask Mithraea for a favor or... He summoned a jade pendant shaped like a butterfly with cracks scattered on its body, which ruined its beauty and preciousness. Yingzheng squinted at the butterfly jade pendant. At this stage, there is no point in being too suspicious. He activated its power, instantly allowing him to see what was happening in the lower dimension. His eyes focused on Wang Wei. A minor 3-realm emperor? He muttered, not hiding his surprise. he could barely accept someone becoming a lesser 3-realm emperor, meaning they've acquired the 3 karmic position in one heaven-will world. But now, he sees someone who has succeeded in getting acceptance or a position from the entire lower dimension. If I can get it from him, my plan will have a higher chance of success, Xianxia muttered. His original plan was long and convoluted. Luck was on his side, and he successfully transformed his lesser human emperor into a true human emperor during the devil race's catastrophe. The next step was the others, but none of them were easy to acquire, especially in the primary source chaos worlds. He once tried the Earth Emperor test before ascending to the upper dimension, but the Yama King told him his mind was as complicated as those of Tao overlords. Thus, he was disqualified. No matter what Xianxia tried, the latter refused and did not even allow him to take the test. He had no choice but to change the plan. His divination told him the Myriad Emperor world was the place that would allow him to achieve his goal, and one day in the future, an opportunity to acquire the lesser heavenly emperor position would appear. Xianxia immediately left preparations using the human destiny sword to ensure one of his pawns was the one who received the positions. The plan was to take this lesser position and cultivate it into a minor position in the upper dimension, which was easier than stated, given how vast the Eternal Ascension world was and his current strength, status, and resources available. As long as he had the seed for the lesser position, the next evolution was not a problem. The real problem was to transform it into higher levels. According to his plan, Xianxia would travel to another ordinary source chaos world to cultivate the seed of the position from minor into the greater heavenly emperor positions by scheming against the world or overpowering true heavenly Tao if necessary. The last step is to return to the Eternal Ascension world or any primary source chaos world for the final evolution into the position of the true heavenly emperor. Xianxia did not plan for the final step yet, but his divination indicated that this world contained his chance to take one step into transcendence. The greatest trouble to his plan was the Earth Emperor's position. The Yama Kings did not like him, and he was not confident in secretly scheming against them, as one wrong move could ruin everything and force him to waste millions of yuan epochs of patience and plotting. Xianxia then chose a pawn to be the face of the Earth Emperor plan. His approach was to create a fake Earth Emperor, or specifically, a fake Yama King. He combined his understanding of fortune dynasties to create a fake or independent samsara court. The ruler of the dynasty would also be the ruler of the citizens' afterlife or reincarnation. In other words, the ruler would be a Yama King, the ministers would be the nether servants, and the citizens would be the souls that would be reincarnated. Technically speaking, all the citizens in such a dynasty would be immortal as they would just reincarnate as someone else in the dynasty after death. Xianxia's plan for this fake Samara court or Samsara dynasty was to either force the Yama King to acknowledge his status once it grew to a sufficient size or use it to substitute for the Earth Emperor position. In the worst-case scenario, he would use all the powers of the Qin Saint Court to swallow a portion of Samsara and forcefully take the position. However, he needed a test subject to test whether this approach was feasible. Xianxia tried many people and refined the technique and plan for countless years before he was ready for the last trial. The Second Origin War allowed him to cover his tracks while also having the opportunity to gather more information and tests from other worlds. Right as his plan was entering the last testing stage, the ultimate taboo appeared. Xianxia debated whether he needed to participate. While everyone was excited because an opportunity for transcendence was before them, he technically already had a method/idea. As such, there was no need for him to take the risk, especially when even the short disappearance of these people could be used to his advantage. Ultimately, Xianxia chose to attend for one reason: he could not trust Hongjun. His first and second reincarnations, the idea, and the butterfly jade pendant that allowed him to divine the best future for him all originated from Hongjun, making Xianxia suspicious. Ever since he was a mortal ruler, he never fully trusted anyone, let alone someone as powerful as Hongjun. So with the idea that whatever methods he found in the ultimate taboo could be used as a backhand in case Hongjun was scheming against him, Xianxia took the risk and ended up in the same situation as everyone else. His luck in the event was terrible. He resisted the urge to find a true method of transcendence and sought a flawed method. After all, such a thing would actually be very useful to him once he tried to become a true 3-realm emperor. Unfortunately, he died in the process of trying, leaving the event with nothing to show for. Luckily, such a blow was nothing to his psyche or Dao's heart. One of his flaws might be his over-suspicions, but he makes up for it with his unparalleled patience. If I get the position from him, I don't have to waste any more effort on Shu Ran or have to think about the heavenly emperor position. I only need to cultivate this minor 3-realm emperor position into a greater one in another source chaos world before attempting to become a true emperor. And that might be easier than anticipated in the current situation, Ying thought with shining eyes. As long as I convince true heavenly Tao with the promise of becoming its ally against supreme unity, the plan will succeed. I will become as powerful as them. Ying could not contain his excitement for a brief moment. Calm down. Convincing true heavenly Tao will not be simple. The situation is perfect for me, but I might still need to make a binding vow to build credibility, but that's okay. As long as I can deal with supreme unity, I'll gain my freedom and preserve all my strength. With him, heavenly Tao, and Maitreya, supreme unity should have no choice. Ying swiftly calmed down as he focused on Wang Wei. He squinted his eyes before becoming somber. This kid is related to the Tao opening sect? It's not a good idea to get into these bastards' bad sides. The only faction more powerful than the Tao opening sect is the Myriad Sect Alliance, but in a direct confrontation, it's hard to say who would win because the Tao opening sect is one sect and thus united, while the Alliance, not so much. The Qin Saint Court is among the 13 overlords, but its strength is in the middle and does not have the ability to confront the Tao opening sect, unless it finds other allies. Well, it just got more complicated, Ying muttered as he detected Wang Wei's strong karmic connection with Wu Hong. That woman's rise was legendary as she became the youngest primal paragon in the Eternal Ascension world's history. What? He's reincarnated from the prehistoric world? Ying's face twisted after deducing this truth. His body released a terrifying killing intent before suppressing it. Is he a pawn Hong Jun sent to deal with me? He did not know the truth, but his suspicious mind could not help but think of the worst possible situation or outcome. Do I have to kill this bastard? Ying started weighing the pros and cons of this decision more seriously. Killing him would have severe consequences, which made him hesitate before, but this new information complicates things and even makes the risk worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174 Coded Message Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes. He opened his books and flipped through them. He soon frowned because there was no update. His senses warned him that something occurred, but he had no update. He trusted his senses, so he would not ignore this change. Could it be that I was about to receive more information, but someone ran interference? Or is it something else? He raised his hand for another sacrifice, but he did not use worlds this time around. He sacrificed a few elder fiend gods, which were on par with inextinguishable and boundless paragons, one of which had reached the peak. A few more pages appeared in the book, but nothing significant or useful. Now, I'm even more interested. He closed his Heavenly Book and summoned a second book artifact. Heavenly Book's mind entered the book and found himself in an enormous white dimension with a golden plaque with the words, Heaven Eyes, inscribed in countless floating pages. The Heaven Eye was one of the most fearsome information-selling organizations in the Chaos universe. Most people buy or sell news/information from them because the prices of the all-seeing temple are ridiculous. If not for the temple's ancient history and heritage and the fact that the Heaven Eyes do not sell certain information, those seers in the temple would have lost all their business. The true leader of the Heaven Eye is, of course, the mighty Heavenly Book Paragon, but there are people who control it on the surface. Heavenly Book looked at the floating pages and took one that was glowing, which indicated that this news was new and important. The Flame Emperor had a meeting with the Venerable Pill Sage? Does he want to challenge him again, or is something else at play? Heavenly Book remembered the analysis the Heaven Eye had about the Flame Emperor. They deduced that the man had an idea for a path of transcendence and was testing it. Heavenly Book waved his hand, and countless more pages containing information about the Flame Emperor were gathered into a booklet. A transcendent pill? A path of sublimating skills? Interesting. Although this news was indeed valuable, it was not what he was looking for, so Heavenly Book wrote instructions on the booklet and watched as it disappeared briefly before returning. Far away, the agents responsible for gathering information on the Flame Emperor and the Venerable Pill Sage received new orders. Heavenly Book frowned before picking another page. This information was from the few agents in the Eternal Ascension world. The news was old and only said, the two suns disappeared. The Heaven Eyes were almost everywhere, but their powers were weak in certain worlds and completely inactive in worlds with half-step transcendent. In fact, these agents were there to die at the hands of these transcendences, so Heavenly Book could try to gather information from the process. I assume if something occurred, it would have been there, he thought. Should I take the risk and activate one of the agents? As he was calculating the risks, a new page suddenly appeared in the room, and it glowed bright red, indicating the highest level of news and also an emergency. Heavenly Book immediately read the note, and his pupils shrink. The page said, "All agents in Sector 345 died all at once and suddenly." This news was outrageous. The Chaos universe was too vast, so Heavenly Book knew it was impossible for him to spread to every corner. So, he made a list of the top 1 million Chaos worlds based on their history and overall influence in the universe, divided them into sectors with as little as 1,000 Chaos worlds, and spread his heaven eye. Sector 345 contained 5,000 Chaos worlds and a little over 10 trillion agents. Yet they all died instantly and at the same time. Such power is not something any Paragon could do. A half-step transcendent? Are they that powerful? Or was it someone even more powerful? Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. More importantly, why Sector 345? Wait, wasn't it one of the worlds in that sector where the Grand Tao Sun is located? Heavenly Book caught a hint of inspiration. Is Grand Tao intervening because I was about to steal his fortunate encounter? No, it wouldn't interfere with such a thing. Plus, as brilliant as it is, it would obviously hide the best fortunate encounters from my books. So someone else intervenes, probably one of its pawns, the cardinals. His eyes shone brightly. But why intervene? The cardinals would not move unless ordered to, or it was beneficial to them. They would not dare mess or even approach the son of Grand Tao, unless ordered. A large piece of the puzzle finally fit together. Grand Tao would never place all its eggs in one basket, especially if that basket is me. In its eyes, the real enemy prepared for Wang Wei is its chosen son, and I'm just an appetizer. However, the fact it would choose one of the cardinals to either train or protect its son is further proof of Wang Wei's capabilities. Heavenly Book once again raises Wang Wei's danger level in his mind. The question now is which cardinal came? And why did it kill my man? Was it just a threat? He had spent years searching for news about them, so he knew their names or titles, their appearances, and a few anecdotes of when they actually interfered in the Chaos universe. The information was barely enough to create a character profile. However, he did deduce one crucial piece of information: their desires. He predicted that all these 6 bastards were prisoners of their position, and they had one wish: leave that position while retaining the strength that came with it. Heavenly Book was in deep thought, pondering which cardinal might have intervened. If it's for protection, heaven, fate, and chaos might be the best. Heaven should provide protection to that lucky bastard in any place with a heavenly Tao. Fate could see the danger in advance, and chaos can also provide protection in primordial chaos. By that way of thinking, the others are also useful since time can also see the danger coming, and samsara can just prevent his death. Heavenly Book granted this deduction, as it was pointless since any one of them would be a perfect bodyguard. Let's assume it's for training. In that case, fate, time, and heaven would be the best. They all have ways to see, divine, or calculate the best training method. My deduction indicated that something has happened to fate. Even if I were wrong, his Tao means he is destined to be connected to Wang Wei. Grand Tao will not send such a variable to get close to its son. So, the only choice would be between time and heaven. However, if I had to choose the best option, it would be heaven. He would know the best training methods while also controlling luck and misfortune, which is a good training method. On top of everything else, his Tao is the most versatile, allowing for the utilization of different methods. Heavenly Book's mind was racing. As he was deep in his analysis, another glowing paper appeared, and he swiftly read it. All our agents were revived, except the ones in World S-345-534. Is this just a warning? He killed my people and revived them to show the extent of his power? Heavenly Book frowned. No, something doesn't feel right. He pushed his soul and ability to the limit to gather every minute detail of how these agents died and revived. Too many pages to count flashed before him, and he reviewed them at an alarming speed, even for someone of his cultivation realm. There, he thought. Heavenly Book found an anomaly or a pattern. He created a special ability to track the death of his subordinates, and it's countless times better than the conventional soul lamps. After analyzing this part of the information, he found that these people's revival was not instantaneous or random. They were revived at a very specific time, and even though the difference between the revivals was infinitesimally small, we're talking about differences smaller than attoseconds, he noticed. Is this a secret code? Does the Cardinal wish to communicate with me but don't want to alert its peers? I see. To any observers, it looked like the Cardinal was sending him a warning, but in fact, it was a coded message. Interesting. Heavenly Book focused on the code and began deducing. He quickly realized he only found one part of the code. The exact moment the souls of these 10 trillion agents returned to their bodies, the small difference in the time that they opened their eyes, and even the rhythm of the first breath they took, these were all part of this coded message. Such an exquisite code, that's definitely heaven's work, Heavenly Book summarized while chuckling. I thought he despised me after what happened. I guess anything for freedom and power, right? He focused on deciphering the code and seeing whether it was worth all this effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175 The Coronation Divine Seal Continent. Xianxia looked in the distance with a smile, surrounded by a small bamboo forest. She has always loved bamboo and found their presence soothing. However, the peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by someone teleporting beside her, but Xianxia's smile did not abate. What made you so happy? Wu Hong asked. The kid added another memorialized luck to our sect. What did he do this time? He became the first 3-realm emperor of the lower dimension. That is impressive, Wu Hong calmly nodded. Are you proud that your husband is so capable? It's ironic how much time and effort the human emperor spent lusting after that position for someone else to get it, Wu Hong added. You're no fun, Xianxia complained. But you're indeed right. I wish I could see that suspicious bastard's face. Wu Hong shook her head, and just as she was about to say something, a talisman flew in the distance. What is it? Speaking of him, I just received news that both the Great Chu Divine Dynasty and the Qin Saint Court showed signs of activity. This is not a coincidence, Xianxia said with a frown. We have long suspected that Brat Shu Ren was one of Yingzheng's pawns. Now, these two have started to move just as the kid became a 3-realm emperor? What are you going to do? Wu Hong asked. Although Yingzheng is too suspicious by nature, he's also very patient and ruthless, willing to go to extreme lengths for his goal. I only need to be the umbrella that protects him from the rain until he's ready to compete at our level, Xianxia explained casually. She raised her hand to write a short sentence on the air. Touch one of our own and suffer the consequence. The characters then turned into a sharp sword that flew in the distance. What will you do if he doesn't listen to your warning? I'll destroy him and his dynasty. Isn't that obvious? Wu Hong sighed. This is not the era where we, the 13 overlords, ruled the world. A fight with him in the current situation will simply complicate things. You should change your mindset. Give me a little credit, Xianxia replied. Yingzheng should have the same thought as you. However, he'll also think that without the other two present, I will be prone to act more recklessly, and thus believe you might really start a war with him, Wu Hong finished. Yes, and the kid will be safe, and he can grow up safely. You say this, but I know you will start a war with him if given the chance. Xianxia shrugged. If he's willing to make an enemy out of us after such a warning, there is nothing left but to fight. Wu Hong shook her head before disappearing. Meanwhile, the Qin Saint Court received the Sword Empress warning and immediately relayed the news to their emperor. Lower dimension, endless void. Wang Wei returned to the world of the living with countless people already waiting for him. Before he could do or say a word, he received a divine sense of communication. You should have learned everything from here? Chen Tong asked. I did. So, things between us are all right? Of course, Wang Wei replied. I appreciate everything you did to help. I won't forget it. That's all I wanted to hear. Wang Wei nodded. He was lying through his teeth. How could he easily let Chen Tong go? He was sure this bastard at least received one idea of transcendence from secretly watching him. Did he think he could get away with this with one Empyrean item and a small favor to Wang Ju? Wang Wei sneered internally. Once he has the strength, He will have this bastard pay for what he stole. On account of Wang Zhe's favor, he will not ask for interest, but he still has to pay. Wang Wei motioned his mother and father to stand behind him before calmly raising his head. No one could guess the thoughts in his head. Let's begin. Heavenly Dao's eyes manifested above the heavens, followed by a vision that covered the entire lower dimension. A purple gold throne appeared for Wang Wei to sit on, and his family stood on his left and right. True Heavenly Dao then sent a piece of information to the minds of all sentient beings, which prompted a dimension-wide salutation. All mortals and cultivators tier 9 and below knelt and kowtowed, Dao monarchs and below bowed 90 degrees, and everyone else only cupped their hands and bowed their heads slightly. Finally, all sentient beings chanted the same phrase. Welcome the ruler of the sky, the master of samsara, and the savior of the world, the master of the 3 realms. All those infinite voices were perfectly in harmony as every creature in the lower dimension chanted them simultaneously. Yu Yan and Wang Tian looked at their sons proudly. Wang Wei sensed an enormous quantity of incense rapidly gathering toward him. Countless people started worshipping him as a god after knowing that he saved the world from a catastrophe. However, before he could gather the incense, gold and purple merit descended from Heavenly Dao's eyes. His body suddenly turned golden, like he was a glowing Buddha, followed by visions of sages reciting poems, scriptures, and Dao texts. Second-level golden body. Wang Wei thought. And if I could quantify it, I would be at the peak, very close to condensing the 3rd level. Once Wang Wei received his reward, it was time for everyone else. During this Golden God's catastrophe, many people contributed. Especially people like the Overlord Seal Empress, Wang Ju, Dong Lifan, Yu Yan, and Wang Tian. These people either faced the Golden God directly or contributed to stopping that eldritch monstrosity from escaping its imprisonment. Even Chen Tong received a good portion of the reward. True Heavenly Dao appeared rather generous as it rewarded countless individuals before giving Wang Wei one last and disappearing. To celebrate today's achievement, I will grant 100 years of free use of the Dream World to every world across all 3,800 world communities, Wang Wei declared. His words caused another small ruckus to those who understood the significance behind these words. The Dream World appeared to be free, as you only need spiritual power to condense dream coins. However, that is far from the truth. Most people cannot replenish their spiritual power faster than they can condense the dream coins needed to utilize their services. As such, they need to consume soul/spirit replenish pills, meaning that the dream world can cost a great deal of resources to its users, especially if they are any kind of large faction or lineage. Wang Wei's declaration was akin to saving them countless resources and providing the best training opportunity for these factions in the next 100 years. These people could not wait. Wang Wei focused on the people that formed his group or alliance. The war might have ended, but our work is not finished. The Golden God's former territories have not been utterly integrated into our system. Let's change that. The myriad Emperor World people and their allies immediately started their work. Although they had just received a massive bonus from True Heavenly Dao, this work was also beneficial to them. After all, it was luck and merit for more than 1,000 world communities. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with these people's attitudes. There is no such thing as too much benefit. As he was about to focus on the world tree, he suddenly frowned. Is something wrong? Yu Yan asked. No, nothing. The strength he had acquired from his future self had left his body, leaving him feeling extremely weak and empty. He controlled his aura perfectly so no one detected any changes or anomalies. Now, what to do with you? He already knew he could not leave the tree for his sect in the lower dimension. True Heavenly Dao barely allowed a broken Empyrean artifact, let alone a fully grown one. Additionally, this recent catastrophe has further proven why the power of Empyrean was not allowed to appear or exist in the lower dimension. The world is too fragile for the strength of Empyrean, so why not reinforce it? Wang Wei thought. He pointed at the tree to make it condense a seed for a second and weaker tree. The myriad Emperor World's court still needed a tree, so this one would be the replacement. Under his control, the world tree teleported to the void battlefield and planted its root in the very fabric of space of that dimension, elevating its structural integrity to a higher level. Now, Wang Wei had finally created a void battlefield for the lower dimension, and it could easily contain a battle between Empyreans. The world tree then had more tree roots embedded in the endless void spatial foundation, also elevating it to a higher level. With this current level, even I can no longer destroy the lower dimension, Wang Wei observed. This is good news since true heavenly Tao should not rush me to ascend once my cultivation approaches tier 11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176 The Aftermath. What other benefits will there be? Wang Wei thought. Now that the lower dimensional was no longer so fragile, could the overall power level increase? Maybe immortal sovereigns will no longer be as restricted? He checked for the answer by deducing the changes of heaven and earth. No changes? Just the world is harder to destroy? Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. He thought true heavenly Tao would be more lenient with tier 11 powers existing in the lower dimension from now on. Well, considering the lower dimension was a training area for elite emperors, it makes sense. Without eternal emperors being the absolute symbol of power in the endless void, the entire system might fall apart, Wang Wei concluded. He shook his head, deciding to be satisfied with the fact that the subtle aura of alienation from his strength had dispersed now that the world was stronger. He next focused on his new all-encompassing void battlefield. This thing was considered a new patent. However, it was not as useful as it appeared, especially once he left. Wang Wei could foresee these worlds purposely boycotting using his void battlefield and focusing on their own, unless absolutely necessary. The target of this invention should be geared toward the worlds without a void battlefield. However, before he ascends, such a thing will become very common, given how much ideas and resources will be shared between world communities. People will only use my battlefield when their world's battlefield is too weak to contain its user. If this were the past, such a thing might be rare, but in this new era where higher-fold emperors will be more common, my void battlefield will not be as useless as I think, Wang Wei analyzed. Plus, it may not be a bad thing that it's not popular. I can use it to hide or do things in secret. Merit descended from the sky a second time to reward him for his invention and for increasing the spatial structural integrity of the lower dimension. Wang Wei gazed at the merit in his hand intently. I've almost accomplished my destiny as an era son, and everything I've done should help true heavenly Tao fight off supreme unity, even if it only makes a slight difference. No matter how small the change, Wang Wei was happy that he could delay supreme unity's path of completely controlling true heavenly Tao. It looked like Mithraea and supreme unity's strengths are similar, but if you think logically, it's not true. Supreme Unity does not have full control, meaning his strength has not reached its highest level. So, unless Mithraea still has some unknown room for improvement, things look bad for her. Wang Wei calmly looked at the celebratory visions fading away, and teleported home with his parents. Before returning to his throne room, he installed the new world tree to support the floating court. Son. Before Wang Tian finished his sentence, he watched in horror as his son started bleeding from all the orifices in his body, followed by his body turning as skinny as a mummy and his hair turning white like an old man. I knew there was no way for you to be perfectly fine, Yu Yan said. What are you doing? Quickly take some pills. I'm fine, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean you're fine? You're obviously not fine, Wang Tian added. No, I'm indeed fine. I thought the backlash would result in a Tao injury in which my existence is injured severely enough that I fall in strength, but it's not as bad as I thought. Is this one of the benefits of having a perfect foundation? Not bad. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should use merit to heal yourself, Yu Yan suggested. That would be a waste, Wang Wei shook his head. This injury was indeed severe, but that only meant it would take time to return to its peak. What about you guys? I'm all right. Your armor already started healing me as soon as I was injured. Wang Wei was not surprised since he created the thing himself with his spirit particles, meaning it was programmed or, in a better sense, it had the intelligence not to harm his family and even help them in time of need. Your mother took most of the backlash, so my foundation was unaffected. I should be fine in a while. As a mortal, it was easier for Wang Tian to heal, given his foundation was not broken. That's good to hear. The void in the room suddenly trembled, and a projection appeared. I had a feeling this would happen, so I prepared those, Yan Liling said as she handed everyone in the room a bag. Oh, what are those? Wang Wei asked as he opened them like a kid who received a bag full of candy. Sadly, his terrifying appearance did not make his actions appear as cute as he wished them to. Yang blood pills for your body, Eat replenish pills for your soul, and down nourishing pills for the loss of essence. With these pills, you should return to your peak in less than 20 billion years. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. These were the top-of-the-line Emperor tier pills. He was worried that the ones Elder Dan provided for him would not be useful, but this was no longer an issue. "You're underestimating me," he said. "I can heal my soul injuries with no issue, and with the healing boost of the golden body of merit, I'll be back in shape in less than 200 million years." Wang Wei smiled, his mummy-like body appearing even more demonic. He handed the soul healing pills to his mother, and she accepted them without making a fuss, knowing her son's ability. "Did you send some to Dong Lifen?" "I did. Everyone who participated in the battle got a share." "Everyone?" Yu Yan asked. "Yes. The Guardian after you will have big shoes to fill," Wang Wei commented. "Anyway, thank you. After I heal, I'll feed you until you're plump." Li Jun once said he likes plump girls. Although that's true, I never said that, so don't spread lies about me. Huh. How are you here? My boss gave me a promotion, and I can now send projections once in a while in the world of the living, Li Jun replied. What does that sound fishy? I thought the same, but after research, it's indeed one of the Earth Emperor's rights, but it's usually granted to the ones with long or meritorious services. Apparently, stopping these people was considered meritorious enough for this right. If you say so. Why are you staring? You look like shit, Li Jun replied. Watch your words, Yu Yan warned. Apologies, he instinctively said, making Wang Wei chuckle. So what's next? Li Jun asked, swiftly changing the topic. Wang Wei sighed. It's almost time for me to leave. The atmosphere immediately became somber. Why the frown? Wang Wei said. I'll see you guys next generation. Although I guess Heavenly Tao will reactivate the time acceleration, that should only be a few yuan epochs for me and over 10 million years for you guys. The only real parting is you guys. He glanced at Li Jun and Yan Liling. By the time you ascend, a lot of time should have passed. However, by the time you arrive, I should have dealt with all the upper dimension troubles and prepared the best cultivation environment for you. We just wished we could be useful in your next saga, Li Jun sighed. Our cultivation journey will be long, and without you guys, I don't think I'll make it out intact while preserving my true self. So, there is no need to mind if you're not part of one event. Wang Wei knew one of his greatest achievements was nourishing great relationships with families and friends, and going the extra mile to turn these people into extremely talented and accomplished people/cultivators. It could be said one of his life's turning points was when he listened to his wife's advice to treat his family as a boost instead of a hindrance. Although he has not seen the payoff yet, his intuition was telling him that one day, he will thank the heavens he listened to her. And we will gladly walk with you until the very end, Yu Yan said. However, now is not the time to discuss this since we still have plenty of time. So, rest and heal your injuries. I am indeed a little tired. Maybe some real sleep is in order, Wang Wei nodded. Everyone said their goodbyes, leaving him alone. Before I rest, let's eliminate the trash. He raised his hand and summoned something from the void. A soul. No, impossible. How could you find me? Emozun, 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 you have the destiny of a cockroach, Wang Wei said while shaking his head. This is not necessarily a bad thing. However, your greedy and prideful personality ruined such a blessing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177 Fate Puppet Emozun looked at Wang Wei, the hatred in his eyes almost palpable. If his eyes could kill, he would have eradicated this scorn from his life. No, he would do even worse things to him if he had the power. Sadly, his gaze was that of a sore loser, and even if he did not want to admit it, it was true. Are you trying to humiliate me? As always, you overestimate yourself, Wang Wei said. Do you think I have ever treated you as an opponent? Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment. You had all this time to ascend and leave the lower dimension as swiftly as possible, but you didn't. Why? The answer is obvious. You held on to hope. You hoped that something will happen to me or I will suffer great damage in my battle with the Abyss Gap. And even if that didn't work, you hoped to hide long enough until I ascended. Then, the lower dimension would become yours to do as you please. Without me on your way, you can finally win. Wang Wei looked at him with pity. Do you think someone who has to rely on luck and hope can be my opponent? This is what I mean by you're too arrogant and greedy. Wang Wei sighed. What a waste. It would have been better had Mo Xingyun taken over your power instead. Although she's as greedy as you, she's way smarter as she knows when to retreat and does not have that pointless pride. What do you want? Mo Xun asked with gritted teeth. He had never felt so humiliated despite suffering countless failures since he proved the Tao. However, he controlled himself. As long as he was alive, there was hope, meaning he wouldn't give up until the very last minute. Nothing really, Wang Wei replied casually. I'll take what I want from you. I don't need your consent. I just wanted to put you in your place. What are you going to do with me? Mo Xun. An interesting fact about me is I've never made a puppet, at least, not a genuine one with my Tao. It's odd since my physique was literally called the Fate Puppeteer physique. You wouldn't. Be glad that you will be my first Fate puppet. Don't do this, Mo Xun said swiftly. Kill me, but don't humiliate me like this. He would rather die than be a puppet, so while saying these words, he tried everything possible to blow his soul. Sadly, he was completely sealed. Don't worry, it won't be painful or humiliating since I'll give you a new set of memories and personality, Wang Wei declared in a calm tone. His mummified body made his indifference even more terrifying. A projection of the River of Fate materialized in the room before strings rushed into Mo Xun's soul. No, stop it. Wait, I know a secret that may help you. No, you don't. I do. It's a secret realm dash. All right, don't be so pathetic and accept your fate, Wang Wei said. With your luck and destiny, any secret realm you've encountered before dying will be useless to me. One of the strings of fate sealed Mo Xun's speaking ability. Then, even more strings combined together to form a new body for him, truly reviving him. The strings then weaved new memories and personality for Mo Xun. For the last step, Wang Wei targeted the latter's Tao imprint, leaving his true will on it to wipe out the mark at the right moment. What an excellent work, Wang Wei thought, as this technique was the highest form of enslavement technique since it even affected the heaven-devouring emperor's existence. Additionally, using the River of Fate as a conduit meant that if someone of higher cultivation tried to revert the process, the river would give Wang Wei a slight opportunity to eradicate the puppet. From now on, you don't have a name but an identity. The first General Hell Lord or the Hell Court. Your mission is to gather the backlash or misfortune of the Heavenly Emperor era, and ensure it lasts as long as possible. Once the Hell Court is fully established and you have full control of it, choose a successor, fake your death, and use a secret identity to secretly control the court. On the surface, your job will be to assist the Hell Lord in overthrowing my era, but your true objective is to ensure these people never succeed. Your mission will continue until the day your identity is discovered. On that day, your task will be to do as much damage to the Hell Court as possible before dying and send a warning message to the Tao opening sect. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the first-generation Hell Lord's fate line changed, meaning his entire future and fate had changed. He even acquired a few fate nexus. As you wish, Master, said the Hell Lord while kneeling on one knee. Good. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand to summon the Golden God's armor. He changed the design before handing it over along with the continent that was the source of its power. This should be enough of a foundation. Thank you, Master. Wang Wei ignored him before once again summoning something from the void. The heaven-devouring Emperor's secret vault. I thought he didn't have a chance to create a vault before he was exiled, but it seems he was still cautious. Wang Wei destroyed the vault but immediately frowned afterward. He realized something that displeased him immensely. Chen Tong would definitely know where he hid his vault. Normally, this would not be a major problem since if someone wanted to kill him, especially a Paragon, their projection would find his vault relatively easy. However, Wang Wei was in a unique situation. As long as he blessed his vault with his fateless status and his newly improved soul network, no ordinary Paragon would be able to find his vault. Chen Tong has become a liability, so he must be dealt with. But how? Wang Wei thought, and as soon as he asked, he had an answer: the slaughter trial. Whatever method he uses to walk freely in the lower dimension while in limbo should be linked to that trial. So as long as I exile the trial to the upper dimension, he will have no choice but to leave as well. Wang Wei would never have this idea before since he knew how low the probability of failure was. After all, he was dealing with a paragon. Even a dead one did not change much. However, recent events have given him hope and courage. Let's wait until I'm healed and condense a third-grade golden body to deal with him, he concluded before focusing on the Hell Lord. He pointed his finger to leave a spell on its body. When the Hell Lord dies, the spell will activate and erase the heaven-devouring emperor from history before his true will destroys his Tao will, thus permanently killing him. "Oh, I'm already tired," Wang Wei complained before waving his hand to dismiss him, and the Hell Lord went to build his court. Meanwhile, Wang Wei still had a few things to do before he could focus on his retreat and healing. Firstly, he summoned someone from the sect to task them to begin recruiting people for his samsara court. According to his agreement with the Stone Yama King, he should be the only one bearing the cost of the samsara court for all 3,799 world communities. However, he wanted to see if he could pass his court to Li Jun after ascending. If it's possible, these people will be available to start working immediately. The next thing Wang Wei did was to send a clone into the source chi space to use his chi spirit ability to search for special chis that would help with his healing. A part of why he predicted he would only take 200 million years is because of this ability, and if he can find some rare energies, the time might shorten even more. He then summoned the second in command of the Fate Shadow Guard. This person was a familiar face, a man called Zhang Jing. He was the assassin with the innate space technique and a talentless sister that he doted on. He was now the leader since Wang Ju was gone. Wang Wei handed him Wang Ju's inner world and the right to be his shadow. Of course, it did not mean he was chosen, but more like Wang Wei tasked him to test other members to see who was worthy. If Zhang Jing passes the test he left, he can absorb the inner world and link himself to him. After all these minor things were settled, Wang Wei focused on something more important, his spoil. After such a major battle as this, of course, he will profit in other ways. He usually makes sure of that. However, his heart immediately felt painful after checking the final spoil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178 Loss. Wang Wei checked his personal dimensional space, using his divine sense to look at all the bodies he stored. During his fight with Old Man Nether, and before the explosion destroyed everything, he saved a few bodies of those creation lifeforms to use as resources later. If that bastard didn't blow himself up, I would have access to hundreds of bodies, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. His heart pained every time he thought how much he had lost due to the bastard Old Man Nether's ruthlessness. Every time he thought about how much benefit he lost, he thought about reviving that bastard Old Man Nether and killing him again. There is no point in being angry, so let's calm down, Wang Wei thought before summoning a sealed sword. This creation life form should be a decent material to build my Empyrean artifact, but it's not enough to create an ultimate tier artifact. He put the weapon away before focusing on these bodies. The next problem is how to deal with these bodies. I doubt Elder Dan or Yen Liling can process these bodies. Maybe Liling can after using an illusory Empyrean Ascension pill, but Shell also need to create new Empyrean formulas. He frowned for less than 10 seconds before realizing this was not his problem. Yen Liling should be the one stressing about this. Anyway, she loves a challenge. He waved his hand to send the bodies for her to deal with. With a thought, 108 phantoms manifested before him. Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked at his future Buddha selves, for the first time. His biggest loss in this fight was the 258 future selves. Many of his plans were calculated using the cultivation speed of the 356 selves, but now, he had permanently lost 2/3 of it. And since they were sacrifices, even using merit will not restore them. On top of everything else, he wasted such a tactic as summoning strength from his future self on someone like Old Man Nether. From now on, once he's in a bind, Wang Wei knew Grand Dao would not allow the same tactic again. Old Man Nether is dead, but Cthulhu, don't let me get my hands on you. I promise you, you'll be the first cosmic horror to feel fear. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he had suffered such a great loss, he needed a way to make up for the cultivation boost. This should be on the agenda. Wang Wei left the throne for his cultivation room and activated all the formation before swallowing Yen Liling's pills. Time passed, and Wang Wei focused on healing. Normally, people would not bother him unless it was an emergency, but he did receive a communication talisman that indicated his presence was needed. Why did someone contact me? It's only been 1,500 years outside. He frowned while checking the talisman. Hong Meiling wants to ascend? Wang Wei sent a projection to the throne room before summoning her. He guessed she wanted to see her master, but wasn't this a rush? There is no need to panic, Wang Wei reassured. After the war, our little contradictions are now water under the bridge. Hong Meiling secretly sighed in relief. Although she wished for that to be the case, she did not want to have her hopes for and then to be wrong. What brings you here? I'm leaving, she announced. So soon? There is nothing left for me here, she replied. The lower dimension is united, the world is at peace, and the people are happy. It's time for people to start the next stage of my life. Plus, I want to see the master. I understand how you feel, but listen to me and don't leave yet, Wang Wei advised. I'm going to hold a Dao banquet and invite all the immortals of the lower dimension for a Dao discussion. Hong Meiling's eyes immediately lit up. You should understand how much such an event will benefit your future cultivation. Hong Meiling was immediately tempted. However, she also felt conflicted because the idea of seeing her master was exciting and something that held sentimental value to her. You've passed your master's test, so she will acknowledge your status, Wang Wei added. However, from what I know about her, she's very strict. She loves teaching and giving people fortunate encounters, but only the ones she deems worthy, and she has high standards. You'll probably be tested after ascending, and your result will determine how much status you have in your eyes. So, staying to improve your foundation is your best option. You may have a point, Hong Meiling nodded. Can you tell me more about her? Wang Wei sighed. I would love to, but I doubt I know as much as I think I do. I see. Hong Meiling understood the implications behind these words as they confirmed some of her theories about her master's relationship status and situation. The two talked briefly before Hong Meiling returned home. Wang Wei accessed the dream world and sent a server-wide announcement. Supreme Emperor Wang, I will be hosting a worldwide Dao banquet. There will be food, wine, and music unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. All immortals are invited, so prepare your sermon beforehand to not embarrass yourself before me and your peers. The banquet date and location will be announced a month in advance. Wang Wei looked at this message and nodded in satisfaction. Normally, this kind of announcement is written by the Dream World system, so they are in a cold and indifferent voice. However, he chose a written form similar to Weibo or Twitter. He even shamelessly gave himself the title of Supreme Emperor, since he found 3 Realm Emperor mouthful. This announcement should prevent or delay some people from leaving early, Wang Wei thought before disconnecting himself. His gaze scanned the endless void, focusing on all the Taoist lineages. It's unsettling, Wang Wei thought. Maitreya made her move with the Western Pure Bliss land, but Supreme Unity was quiet. He did not doubt for a second that the latter had no pawns in the lower dimension. As long as any Taoist lineages existed, Supreme Unity could use them, primarily their Qi luck, to intervene. Wang Wei even thought of eradicating Taoism before realizing it was pointless since someone like Feng Hang would survive or appear with the destiny to revive them. With Supreme Unity having semi-control over true heavenly Tao, the process would be accelerated compared to Maitreya or what Feng Hang went through. More importantly, he saw no point in antagonizing a half-step transcendent. Yes, they were enemies, but that differed from directly antagonizing the latter. However, his quietness bothers me, Wang Wei thought. Things have been proceeding smoothly, and the overall situation seems to be to their advantage. However, the more so that was, the more wary he became, and Supreme Unity's lack of action or presence screamed that something major was about to happen, that his next move would not be simple. My theory was they were preventing each other from interfering in the lower dimension because of fear of allying with Death Reverence or the Outer Gods. However, no one showed up when I eradicated the Death World, and Maitreya supported my side in eradicating that eldritch creature. So, why didn't Supreme Unity make a move? Could it be that he still has a bit of empathy remaining, so he won't go as far as allying with outsiders? Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head as all signs showed this was unlikely. Supreme Unity's character profile indicated that he had lost his humanity, becoming a machine-like entity that would do everything and anything for power. His lack of actions could be for myriad reasons. That creature was not as valuable as I think it is for someone of his level. Cthulhu is one of the 13 taboos, so maybe there are consequences for allying with it. Supreme Unity used True Heavenly Tao, a sub-branch of Grand Tao, to gain his strength. It's possible that he would be stripped of his power if he had any connection with an outer god. Another possibility is this was a calculated move. He gave up interfering now to not reveal his hand, and once he acts, it will truly be a severe blow. Wang Wei grunted. In conclusion, I am missing too much information to make any reasonable deduction. He shook his head as he put these thoughts behind him. He focused on Han Shun, the first monarch of the Great Jin dynasty, also known as the human emperor's new pawn after Song Jiaolong. Another person who showed no signs of making a move, Wang Wei thought. He expected some reactions from the human emperor after he gained the Three-Realm Emperor title. However, this is probably due to the current restriction of the lower dimension. I should be on guard against the Qin Saint Court after I ascend. He dispersed the projection before continuing his retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179 The Next Journey, Chief. Welcome back, Chief. It's an honor to meet you, Chief. Ao Shen would nod to anyone who spoke to him, not showing any attitude or caring about hierarchy. He soon reached his main cultivation cave and dismissed everybody before brewing him some top-grade tea to relax. As he sipped, a soothing power rushed into his body and mind, soothing his nerves and worry. The expansion is basically finished, and I've gotten all the benefits possible, including forming strong allies for the demon race in case of an emergency. Ao Shen thought. So what's next? He has created a golden era for the demon race. Although people could say he took the opportunity of a brilliant time for his rise, that does not diminish his accomplishments. If not careful, anyone else in his shoes would not be as successful as him and might even destroy the demon races. Now that the demon race was thriving, and Ao Shen no longer needed to constantly worry about their extinction since Head prepared countless backhands and plans for this worst-case scenario, he needed to think about his future. I'm quickly approaching the limit of my foundation, so the next step is to re-establish my foundation. However, the issue is whether to do it here or after I ascend. The best choice for this process is the upper dimension due to the much better information about the danger and better resources to ensure no issues. However, this is only for those with a lineage backing them. What about me? Wang Wei has the Tao opening sect, Feng Hang has Buddhism, Hua Feng Huang has the ancient clan, and even Su Shi should be able to rely on Emperor Kong. The demons race had few talented individuals who survived and ascended, so the chances of them building a top lineage are not high. My best choice should be the innate demon gods, but without any deep connection, will they support me? Better yet, can I trust them? Ao Shen grunted as he remembered the information about the current chaotic situation of the upper dimension. If the innate demon gods chose to support these 7, should I still join them? Wang Wei had already made it clear that these people were his enemy, and Ao Shen's body trembled at the thought of being on the opposite camp of that monster. He also has his pride and arrogance, and he would not bow down to these people without having any rights or power. Especially since, as far as he's concerned, they are more powerful than him only because they are older. In fact, the best option would be to leave the Eternal Ascension world entirely, Ao Shen thought. I could already predict that Wang Wei will also dominate the upper dimension, creating his own era. So, I can either use his pressure to force myself to grow or head to another world to find some kind of variable that will allow me to compete with him. Ao Shen sighed. Forget about leaving for now and focus on the current situation. I need more information about the upper dimension situation. Although Wang Wei did not hide basic information, he also did not share more detailed news. Ao Shen decided to ask him and even offered to pay. A worldwide announcement? He checked the dream world and saw Wang Wei's bold words written above the dream world sky. I was wondering why he never called for another Tao discussion. Is this what he's been planning? Ao Shen was slightly excited since he was embarrassed the last time they had a discussion, and this one should be an opportunity to redeem himself. Not to mention the benefit to his future cultivation. I have enough merit, luck, and world source for my cultivation to reach 45% as swiftly as possible. But with the boost from that banquet, I could probably reach 50% with the merit at hand. He excitedly disconnected from the dream world to prepare his sermon. He could guess the Tao rhymes that would condense in such an event, which should form a field that benefits someone based on how deep and ingenious their sermons are. With the Supreme Emperor warning, people will do their best to prepare not only for the benefit but also for their pride. As Ao Shen was about to finish his tea and start the preparation, he sensed something and frowned. "Why are you here?" Hua Fenghuang's projection materialized in his cultivation cave. "I came to run an idea by you." "Oh." Ao Shen sipped his tea. "I'm listening, but I won't offer you tea since I don't want to." Hua Fenghuang ignored the second part of that statement. "Is it possible to convince him to ascend before us?" "Ascend before us?" Ao Shen repeated before understanding dawned on him. "You're worried about your secret vault? It's unsettling knowing he will easily know where I put it." "I understand how you feel," Ao Shen said. "But it's pointless. Just accept this fact and move on." "You're not even giving my idea a second thought?" "The crux of the issue is we are already behind," Ao Shen replied. "The upper dimension is in turmoil, so the best move for us is to increase our strength now as much as possible before ascending. However, the higher our cultivation, the harder it is to re-establish our foundation." "But he doesn't have this problem. He could probably cultivate until the next realm without any problem." Ao Shen suddenly paused, realizing he might have stumbled into the truth. He glanced at Hua Fenghuang, and she had the same realization. "So that was his plan all along," Hua Fenghuang muttered. His expansion and need for power was not simply for gathering resources or spreading his legend and history to make it harder to erase him. He was also preparing for the war upstairs. Her original plan was to gather all the other true Eternals and ask them to pool their merit together and pay Wang Wei to ascend before them. Now, she only has a few choices if she wishes to wait until he ascends to make her secret vault. Firstly, she only needs to wait and waste all this time. Secondly, she can cultivate while waiting for him to leave, which would greatly endanger her Tao Foundation re-establishment. Finally, she can achieve re-establishment while in the lower dimension, bearing all the risks that come with it. Ao Shen sighed before waving his hand to dismiss the tea sets and replace them with a gourd of alcohol. He opened the top, releasing a blood smell that was quite alluring. As the demon blood-brewed wine coursed through his blood and veins, he felt full of life. Whenever we think we've figured him out, he reveals that he's more complex, just a profound abyss with no end. While we can barely think 5 steps ahead, he's thinking dozens, if not hundreds of steps. It's truly horrible to be born in the same era as that man. "Is this a sign that you're giving up?" "Hell no," Ao Shen denied. "Didn't the sages say that trying to conquer an impossible mountain was a worthy pursuit as long as you don't give up? Plus, I haven't fully admitted that he was an insurmountable obstacle yet." "It's good that you still have some spirit," she nodded since she also agreed with that sentiment. "What are young to do after ascending?" "Why are you asking?" he asked warily. "You can come to our ancient clan if you have nowhere to go. You're after my bloodline." "Of course," Hua Fenghuang nodded. "As long as you agree to start a family with a human, you can keep your name and will have a high status." "No way. Won't you just think about it? Do you have the status to make such a promise? Do you think an eternal emperor of my caliber won't have a high status?" Ao Shen was rendered speechless since she made such a logical argument. "Whatever. Go away," he said in annoyance before continuing to drink. He knew he would never mate with humans. Although he technically no longer hated them, he was not fond of them either. As such, his partner, if he ever chooses a mate, will never be a human. "You should think about it," Hua Fenghuang said before dissipating. Now she had to plan whether to use Plan B, which involved leaving her vault to Sacred Beast 1 to hide after Wang Wei left. Then, the Power Shell leave will wipe Beast 1's memory of this information. The issue with this plan is that too many things could go wrong with Sacred Beast 1 that could ruin her opportunity to have a vault in the first place, including methods of retrieving her lost memories, infighting in the ancient clan that reveals the news, or Beast 1's sudden death before hiding the vault. Hua Fenghuang did not know what to do, and this decision kept her at night, even making her slightly paranoid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, 3 Paths 3 Self-Art. Wang Wei returned to his deep state of cultivation to heal himself and create his new technique. As for Ao Shen and Hua Fenghuang's talk, he did not know or care. However, even if he did, he would not agree with their proposition since he plans to learn the locations of these people's vaults. His relationship with these people is currently positive, but whether this will stay the same is unknown. Knowing their secret vault and having an easier way to kill them if needed is an excellent strategic move. The information alone might prevent these people from becoming his enemy. Over 200 million years passed in his retreat, while 10,000 years passed outside, and Wang Wei finally opened his eyes and exhaled. His handsome face and luscious hair were back to normal, his perfect aura returning to its peak. It feels good to be healthy, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fists to feel his power and youthful vigor. Plus, it was a shame for such a handsome face to be ruined. I can feel heaven and earth was about to cry because of that. Wang Wei smirked to himself, thinking it was another shame that no one was here to experience his comedic chops. He shook his head to focus on what's important. Let's test it out, he muttered. First, Buddhism. The 108 Buddha self materialized before him, all sitting cross-legged on the void with monk cassocks, their palms closed like a prayer, and their bodies releasing golden lights. Although their heads were now shaved, they still looked extremely handsome. Next is Taoism. A phantom of Wang Wei wearing black and white Taoist robes with yin-yang and taiji symbols materialized, followed by a dozen more. These were the 72 Taoist self. Lastly, it's the devil. The last summon was the 36 devil self, and they were the odd-looking ones in the group as they were not uniform. Some devils had red eyes and hair, others had purple hairs, some had horns and fangs, and some had animal parts. Generally, they looked heterogeneous. Now that it was completed, let's test out its full power, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes to understand his fate Grand Tao source. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed deeply. The cultivation speed is about 250 future Buddha self. I guess it's still better than only 108. He looked at this new technique called 3 Paths, 3 Self-Art, and was reluctantly satisfied. The idea was brilliant, and he felt it should have been more powerful. The Buddha self did not change much, except for a small optimization due to his new power and understanding of cultivation. The Taoist self was inspired by quantum computers. Classical computers work on a binary system of 0 and 1 called bits. Meanwhile, quantum computers use a qubit system, which can represent 0, 1, or both simultaneously through a property called superposition. Wang Wei used his yin-yang Dao, which can replicate the qubit system, and all his other understanding of quantum computer to condense one Taoist self, allowing them to have unimaginable calculating/deduction capabilities to comprehend the Grand Tao source. Lastly, the devil self amalgamated countless thoughts and ideas. He used the binary system of technology to condense one devil that represented a supercomputer. One devil was condensed through his understanding of incense, and that devil's ability maximized the use of faith/incense to boost cultivation comprehension. Some devils did the same for luck, world source, merit, spiritual power, and even all kinds of emotions. Wang Wei had to use the knowledge he stole from the Yin Moon Palace to make the 7 emotions 6 desires devils. One of the devils even replicated Zhen Baiyu's pure mind state. Unfortunately, this technique did not completely replace the original future Buddha selves, but that's good enough, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, I have something even better. He took over 200 million years to heal despite absorbing a few special qi because of the 3 Paths 3 Self-Art. And another technique, and that one is even more impressive. However, it was still considered a prototype by Wang Wei. However, even when he completes this technique, he won't reveal it until he's a primal paragon to prevent Grand Tao from restricting it. Furthermore, he considered it one of his best future emergency trump cards. Wang Wei finally left his retreat and immediately headed to see his mother and father, who were now healed. After the family spent a few days together, he returned to work. The first order of business was to check on the lower dimension situation. The situation was settled. All 3,800 world communities were now under his rule. They all had a dream world, enlightening temple, mortal civilizations, demon schools, depending on the world, and a court. Although there were a few troublemakers who tried to resist, by that time, Wang Wei's popularity as the Endless Void's savior made these people the unpopular minority. Wang Wei took a deep breath, So much incense. Mortals, and even cultivators, worshipped him as a god, savior, hero, or something akin to a celebrity. Moreover, this kind of worship transcended race and world, meaning they came from various individuals. Additionally, some mortals have worshipped him for generations. Although mortals now have a longer lifespan than before, 10,000 years, even more in some worlds, was still a long time for them. Truly a brilliant era, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes, sensing the expansion of his existence. He would love to see the face of the sucker who could push him to the stage of trying to erase his existence. His next destination was a meeting with the internal and foreign affairs managers to understand in detail the changes that had occurred since his absence. After dealing with those boring politics and paperwork, he visited Su Shi for a small chat before checking on Dong Lifan. "How have you been? I feel like we haven't had a good chat in a while," Wang Wei said as he invited her to tea and a meal in the court's garden. "You've been busy and I understand that," Dong Lifan replied, accepting the tea he served. "I think you've settled pretty well, right?" "Indeed." Dong Lifan. "Initially, I was a little nervous despite everyone being kind and generous. However, I think I've been completely incorporated into the sect system." Dong Lifan's reservations have long been gone, mostly because of the peaceful feeling she gets knowing such a powerful sect was protecting her at all cost. "What about your husband? Have you found his reincarnation yet?" "Not yet," Dong Lifan replied before remembering something. "Can you check for me?" "No problem." Wang Wei used his status as the Three-Realm Emperor to check but soon frowned. "Is something wrong?" she hurriedly asked. "Oh no. He's not yet reincarnated, but he's been designated to be reborn in a scholarly emperor lineages in the upper dimension with 3 great emperors. Do you want me to change it? I still have this right. The upper dimension is unsafe, but that family seems the perfect place for him. Plus, I worry there might be other complications. How about I reincarnate him into the Wang clan?" Wang Wei suggested. "Want to tie me up even deeper?" she said, glancing at him scrutinizingly. "I'm not hiding it," Wang Wei admitted. "It's not the worst idea," Dong Lifan mused. "After you leave, some people might make trouble for me based on the issue of loyalty. A husband from their clans would stop this in advance, even securing my status. More importantly, he will have great talent if born in the Wang clan, meaning I won't have to worry about his cultivation." "All right, do it." Wang Wei smiled as he condensed a black scroll in his hands, writing an order before sending it to the afterlife. "How are the preparations for the alternate 10 Supremacy Foundation?" "Already found the perfect world," Dong Lifan said before showing him a projection made of dreams. "Is that the world that replaced the Skyfall world?" Wang Wei asked, remembering how the brilliant Smile Emperor ascended with an entire world. "Yes. They are new and weak, meaning the perfect target," she explained. "I've done countless simulations, and they are the best choice." "Have you considered true heavenly Daos intervention?" "I have. Based on the simulations, if I attack this world in the early stages of its development, there is a 99% chance that a new destiny child with great talent will appear and try to stop me." Wang Wei nodded as that made sense. Alternative paths were allowed, but they also cannot be too easy and subject to tests to prove their worthiness. That's how Heavenly Dao, no Grand Dao, operates the entire Chaos universe. "I'm sure you're prepared, so all I have to say is don't take this lightly because of your strength." "I want." Wang Wei nodded before chatting with her for a while. As he was leaving, he raised his hand to condense a bright gem. "This is what I promised you. This talisman will grant you full control of all the dream worlds if the Dao opening sect betrays you." "I'm glad you kept your word," Dong Lifan said with a smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1181 Ripe Wang Wei's next destination was the Guardian World to meet Yan Liling. He found her in a dimension of her creation with a transparent cauldron as large as a mountain. Wang Wei looked at the cauldron with praise. She had succeeded in finding a way to refine the Empyrean bodies into pills. Yan Liling took inspiration from the Danyuan Emperor and Hong Mailing by linking all the world communities and borrowing their powers to condense a cauldron. In other words, she used the lower dimension as her cauldron. Then, with the illusory pill, she had the strength to create the flame needed for the process by condensing all the sun's, fire energy, and even fire laws of these communities into an emperor-tier flame needed for the process. Lastly, Yan Liling borrowed the reserved spiritual energy from the dream world to supplement hers during the refining process. "Can you speak?" Wang Wei asked. Yan Liling was in a deep state of concentration, and he even noticed a few drops of sweat on her forehead. "For a few minutes," she answered. "I just want to know how things are proceeding. I've succeeded but barely. Oh. I don't have the knowledge base or experience to make a Tier 11 Empyrean, especially in such a short period," Yan Liling explained. "So I chose another way. Purified these bodies and condensed their Tao rhymes and blood energy into a pill. I added a few top Emperor tier herbs to preserve the efficacy of the pill during the condensation stage, allowing me to create the most basic Tier 11 pill." "That is still impressive," Wang Wei praised. "I know," Yan Liling smirked. "This experience was immensely beneficial to my skill path. It even gave me an idea of how I might take a step into transcendence." "Those are bold words," Wang Wei said. "I'm listening. Once you achieve half-step transcendence, you only need to let me borrow your strength to make a pill for your realm. The experience should give me answers on my path." Wang Wei was speechless, but it was indeed a good way. "No problem. I know you're a man of your word, big brother," Yan Liling beamed. "All right, I need to concentrate. Can you do something before you leave? Although this pill is basic, it's also taking a long time. Please accelerate the time in this realm so it can be finished in time." "All right." Wang Wei pointed in the sky, and a phantom of the river of time manifested. He said his goodbyes to her before leaving for his next destination, the swallowing zone. "It's almost ripe," Wang Wei said as he looked at the Genesis fruit, which was now almost emerald in color. After years of being fed the power of dreams and nightmares from the dream world, countless immortal sovereign bodies, and even a small amount of merit, the thing was finally about to germinate. He did not hesitate to start feeding the apple until the last spot turned from light green to emerald. "Beautiful," Wang Wei commented before condensing a container made from sealing runes, plucking the fruit and carefully preserving it. The light that served as the fruit tree dissipated, but Wang Wei did not care. The tree was now useless. By its nature, it was impossible to condense the seed for another Genesis fruit. As such, he was just happy that he got the fruit since it was valuable and sought after by many, including Old Man Nether, who prevented other people from using it before it was mature. Wang Wei's next destination was the Battle Demon World. As soon as he landed, he noticed two things. Firstly, the entire world seemed to be in a jovial mood or atmosphere. It could be sensed in the air, and he saw signs of celebration everywhere his sight landed. The second thing that caught his attention was the faint innate qi in the environment. The constant exchange of knowledge, resources, and ideas resulted in the creation of many techniques, and the professions were greatly developed. A few worlds managed to create weaker versions of reverting their environment to innate. This development had its pros and cons. The pros were the further development of these worlds, including the revival of the innate demon god race. True heavenly Tao used this opportunity to return them to the lower dimension, probably in a weak attempt to restore balance from how dominant acquired lives have become. The con of the situation was the small political turmoil the change created in Wang Wei's court. Many worlds complained and asked the myriad Emperor world to place the innate environment method on the market to buy and loan. But Wang Wei had long decided this would be the advantage he would only leave for his home, and thus the court had to tell these worlds to develop a method of their own if they wanted it. Wang Wei looked around for a bit before teleporting to a large room full of demons decorated in gold. "Who goes there?" The room immediately entered the highest alert as soon as that voice yelled. They all wondered who dared to mess up such an important event, especially knowing the people involved. "You're getting married and didn't tell me?" "Wang Wei. It's really you," said Yidafu as he appeared before him to give a hug. "I wanted to invite you, but the news in the dream world is you're in deep seclusion, probably recuperating after the war." "I could have sent a projection." You're right, but I didn't think of that," the Monkey Emperor replied. "Greeting, Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor." A cacophony of voices echoed in the room as everyone saluted after recognizing Wang Wei's identity. These people tried to hide their shock, but it was easily noticed by Wang Wei. "No need for formality. I am here as a friend, attending a wedding," Wang Wei assured them. However, No one stood up. This legendary man was standing before them, and none of these people dared to show any signs of disrespect, even if he asked them to. You heard him. You guys need to relax, Yidafu said, but even that did not work. These people secretly looked at each other from the corner of their eyes, waiting for someone to have the nerve to stand up fist. Yidafu shook his head in disappointment. I don't think they'll listen as long as you're here, so let's talk somewhere else, he stated before leading Wang Wei to another room. What took you so long to get married? Wang Wei asked as an icebreaker from the previous situation. The wife wanted to wait until she reached a certain level of strength before we married. So, I had to wait until she was ready. The demon race values, especially this world with a zeitgeist of survival of the fittest. It's understandable why she would want to be relative to you before marriage. Yidafu. Enough about all that nonsense. When are you going to fight me? You promised me. You must have fought my imprint in the dream world countless times. Don't you see the difference? Don't you have enough? None of that matters. Especially since I've devoted a sure tactic that is guaranteed to punch you in your face. I'll start with that until I can bully you. This is not a good idea. Why not? It's your wedding after all. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if your wife saw you being beaten? Yidafu's lips twitched. It doesn't matter. What if people say I'm bullying you? I know you don't care about that. So, just do it. Consider it a wedding present. All right. The two soon reached a room where the Nine-Serpent Empress was waiting. Wang Wei had to praise Yidafu as he was not lying when he said he knew how to develop bloodlines. They had a small discussion, and Wang Wei learned about demon marriage customs. For example, gold is the main color for bloodline union celebrations instead of red, which is used by human weddings/Dao companion ceremonies. There are two ceremonies in the bride and groom's tribe/world. They do not salute their parents, each other, and heaven and earth. Instead, they swear to their bloodlines, tribes, and ancestors. After the discussions, Wang Wei did not stay long. He fought with Yidafu, who was miserable, and his plan failed. Wang Wei still left a gift in the form of a few valuable emperor pills and blessed the couple with a fated lover fate line. He knew Yidafu was planning to ascend soon, probably right after the Dao banquet. Luckily, the monkey said his ancestors were doing well in the upper dimension, meaning he should have a backing to protect him during these tumultuous times. And I've seen a few complaints about the length of this arc. Please know that it is wrapping up, as there are no more twists or plots to extend it. However, I also need to take my time to wrap things up before starting the next saga. I recommend stacking for those who cannot wait since the volume should end in 10 to 15 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182 Last Value. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei's next destination was a place called the Summer Cloud World, and his purpose was a forbidden land. The Myriad Emperor world was not the only place with forbidden lands, and Wang Wei once planned to remove all of them. However, he never had to. His actions caused the entire lower dimension to rise in power, thus eliminating most of these forbidden lands with relative ease. The only survivors were the ones who were good at hiding and the place he was currently visiting. He headed directly into a forest with pitch-black trees and an eerie atmosphere. A word echoed in the void repeatedly. Are you worthy? Wang Wei looked around, noticing the trees seemed to contain a very potent hallucinogen capable of influencing the soul. He ignored this forest's power as his gaze penetrated all the other obstacles to reach the core. He teleported to the center with one step, ignoring all the restrictions. Are you worthy? Wang Wei looked at the man before him. Ordinary black robe, thin, big nose and bright eyes. An obsession? So, that's why no one could eliminate this place. The person before him was long dead, and he could only exist in this world because of his obsession, and no matter how much someone killed him, he would be revived due to his obsession. Why are you asking if I'm worthy? So I can know whether you can help me. And who are you? Why should I help you? My name is Luda. I don't remember much except that whoever is worthy enough to help my family will get the key to a treasure I once held. Wang Wei thought briefly before reading this man's fate line. I see. This poor bastard named Lu Dao once found the cultivation cave of an Empyrean cultivator and was hunted down by an Empyrean lineage. As a last resort, he separated from his family while signing up with the same program that brought Old Man Nether to the lower dimension. The result was expected. He died, but his obsession with his family allowed him to condense in the lower dimension and wait for someone worthy to help him. Do you want me to check on your family in exchange for the key to the cave? Wang Wei asked. Not just check on them, but help them, and even share some of the resources with them. You do realize the chances of your family still being alive are, well, less than ideal. I'm aware, but I won't give up until the last minute. All right. I accept your proposition. Your cave might be the first pot of gold I get in the upper dimension, Wang Wei declared. Fine. Wait, you haven't proven if you're worthy yet. Wang Wei released the aura of the tenfold battle realm, shocking Lu Da to his core. He was only a third-class emperor with 18% Grand Dao source cultivation before his death. His new obsession form did boost his strength tremendously, but that was still nothing compared to this man's power. Your strength is indeed worthy, Lu Da sighed. However, what about your character? Either take the deal or don't. Your reward is less valuable than you think for someone like me. He was a master of luck, so finding fortunate encounters on such a level was easy. Although Lu Da could be counted as his second tier 11 opportunity, he could give it up if he wishes. Fine, but I want to see for myself. Lu Da turned into a black jade, and Wang Wei could sense his obsession attached to it. He waved his hand to put it away before waving his hands to kill all the remaining forbidden lands still hiding in the lower dimension. He teleported outside an interesting continent floating in the void. He looked at this place with strange gazes. He had come here, but it was not him. Lord Chen Tong. I'm here for a visit. Come in, said a voice, and Wang Wei entered the empty slaughter trial, following the voice to a beautiful white cabin by a lake. Chen Tong was waiting for tea that had already been prepared but had not been served. I wasn't expecting you. Chen Tong was genuinely puzzled by this sudden visit. Wang Wei calmly served him tea before pouring it for himself and sipping. Excellent tea, he thought to himself. I came to invite you as a special guest to my Dao banquet, he stated. Before you can reject, I know this event is child play to you. If Wang Wei had to make an analogy based on his life on Earth, the Dao banquet was as if all the top physics students at Tsinghua University were having an intense discussion that every other student could not fathom. Chen Tong would then be a world-renowned physicist who has won the Nobel Prize and countless other awards and has been in this field for over 40 years. However, this event might be useful to you. How so? Chen Tong calmly asked. You saw it for yourself. This generation is, without a doubt, the greatest since the lower dimension's existence. Everyone present at the banquet will have great luck and destiny. They might even be the next golden generation. Those are bold words, but I see where you are coming from, Chen Tong nodded. If he could form some karmic relationships with these talents through preaching, it would indeed greatly benefit him later down the line, especially since he has a special method for revival that relies on luck and destiny. So, you agree? I don't see why not. I'm glad to hear, Wang Wei replied with a smile. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting. I was right, Wang Wei thought as he teleported home. Nothing he does is ever simple, and that was also true of that visit. He wanted to know whether his guess about Chen Tong was true, that the slaughter trial was why his experience in limbo was so free and without many restrictions. Of course, it would be suicidal to try any kind of outward detection means before a Paragon, even if he's technically dead. Wang Wei then chose to rely on his intuition, turning it into an active ability to sense whether his theory was correct. Now that I know the truth, it should be easy to deal with him once I squeeze his last value at the banquet, Wang Wei thought as he returned home. He soon became busy with the preparation for the Dao banquet. The first thought was to create a new place in the void for this event, but Wang Wei quickly gave up that thought since that would be too much pointless work. The next choice was his court since there was more than enough space. However, realizing how much Dao rhymes this event would create, he chose the Dao opening sect. This banquet could become a precedent, Wang Wei thought. If father and mother also hold on, other people should follow. While deep in thought, Wang Wei has already delegated the preparation tasks for the sect, making everything extremely lively. The steward stopped his court duty to take charge of this event, ensuring the Dao opening sect appeared as noble and powerful as possible to the outside world while keeping an air of mystery and secrecy. The Dao opening sect's actions were not exactly subtle. As such, people deduced the location of the Dao banquet, and the information spread before Wang Wei announced it. Many cultivators had spent years preparing for this event. Wang Wei, who was lazing around while everybody was working, decided to make an announcement in the dream world. Supreme Emperor Wang. The news was leaked. The Dao banquet will take place in the Dao opening sect. The estimated time is between 2,000 to 5,000 years. Furthermore, I've noticed a small controversy regarding whether immortal venerables and immortal sovereigns should attend. My invitation said all immortals, and you're part of it. You can preach about your understanding and experience of the soul. And if you feel the God Kings would do a much better job, talk about the relationship between essence, spirit, and qi. As soon as he finished his posts, it spread everywhere. The other paths besides the Emperor and Dao path felt relieved after seeing this announcement. They were joyous that the Supreme Emperor did not exclude them from this major event and immediately started preparing. Most of them regretted not using the former 10,000 years and wasted it on debating whether they were worthy or should participate. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked after disconnecting from the dream world. Some people came to me to tell you not to be lazy and help, Wang Wuqing said. It's the steward, isn't it? Why doesn't he have the ball to confront me? I'm just the messenger, Wang Wuqing shrugged. Wang Wei decided to meet Wang Qi before doing anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183 Celebration. Wang Wei waited for Wang Qi in his transcending fate mountain, and the latter did not make him wait long. There were plenty of things to do, so Wang Wei did not beat around the bush and immediately started the conversation. How was the haul this time around? Excellent, but only because of the vast quantity. No Eternals? Only 3, Wang Qi replied. For this expedition, he brought the Heaven Chosens from the remaining 1,000 world communities that once belonged to the Golden God, so the ratio was low. What about pseudos? 15, which is where most of our outcomes originated from, Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Any noteworthy news? A few. Oh. Firstly, the war has intensified. The rebellions have started to attack the core factions of these parasites. I reckon there won't be any place of peace by the time you ascend. The parasites' long absence has made these people bold. However, we'll see who still has a fighting spirit once they are free and start fighting back, Wang Wei commented. Anything else? 2 things. Firstly, the celestial race might have intervened. Them? Yes. There has been a sudden increase in powerful insurgent qi on the market for sale. Although only tier 10, the rebellion has bought many of them, thus increasing their military powers. And you think the celestial race is the one selling them? Those are the rumors. I guess I have to talk with Xianxia, Wang Wei muttered. What's the second thing? I don't know if this news is important, but apparently, the most beautiful woman in the world will celebrate her ascension to the Empyrean realm. Many people are talking about it, wishing they could attend. Su Junyao. Ha! Sect Master, how do you know her name? Wang Qi asked. Then, he suddenly panicked after remembering something. Sect Master, you can cheat on the sect madam. Otherwise, I doubt you'll live long. Shut up. Don't you think I know this? I only know her name for some reason. Wang Qi sighed in relief. I know you're wise. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this bastard who spoke too much. Wait, there is one more thing. What is it? Well, how I say this, I might have spoken too much to someone. Did you see her again? No, not her. I'm talking about the sect upstairs. Oh. I brought a group of human fiend god with me since it would be easier than ascending individually, and the sect thanked me. We had a banquet, and they asked about you. I might have revealed that you hold the destiny to end the current era. Do you understand how much of a blunder you've made? Wang Wei asked. Although it would be relatively easy to deduce this truth after knowing what he's been up to, it was something else to tell the news. especially with the possibility that there might be spies in the sect. Sir, I know, but this was not an accident, but a calculated move on my part, Wang Qi swiftly said. I'm listening. I only told the news to 3 people, and they had to swear to Grand Dao. I ensured the oath's language was simple and direct to prevent complications, and all 3 of these people were Empyreans? Meaning the chances of finding a way to break it are minimal. You were indeed careful, Wang Wei nodded. Although he could see the flaw in this plan, for example, the branch in the upper dimension probably had ways for Empyreans to use power above their realms through things like pills, talismans, and arrays. Additionally, a sect with such a deep foundation might have more than one rare treasure to nullify Grand Dao's oaths. What was their response? Wang Wei asked. They said they would support you in whatever way you wish, Wang Qi replied. I told them that with your personality and without the ancestors present, you probably won't wish to bring more trouble to the sect and limit your contact with them until you've achieved your destiny. You seem to know me well? Sect Master, it's my job to know you well so I can serve you better. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. However, Wang Qi was not lying. Wang Wei chose him for this job under great recommendations due to his observation skills and ability to make the correct choice in a dangerous situation. And over the course of their work together, Wang Qi has proven to be more capable than Wang Wei initially thought. What happened next? Wang Wei asked. They said it was fine if you want to limit contact. They will leave resource points scattered all over the world for you to use. You only need to activate your luck, leading you there. Resources point, huh? Did they say how much? They said it was up to you. If you want their complete support, that is fine. However, it is also fine if you only want some starting wealth and do the rest yourself. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Things would become much easier with the support of such vast wealth and manpower. Once again, you did a good job, Wang Qi. I believe the sect already rewarded you with what I promised? Yes, Wang Qi showed his powerful aura that was as good as some of the best insurgent. Excellent. I'll see you at the banquet. Wang Wei nodded. Sect Master. Anything else? Is there a chance for me to ascend with you? This may not be a bad idea. I'll need someone who serves as a liaison between me and the rebellion, and you're the perfect candidate since they know and trust you to some level, Wang Wei analyzed. But are you sure? You should understand the danger we're about to face. I can care for myself but cannot guarantee your safety. I am sure, Wang Qi declared without hesitation. Good. Be prepared. I will, Wang Qi said with a gleeful voice. He bowed before flying away, leaving Wang Wei to his thoughts. Su Junyao is having a celebration. This is the worst time for this kind of thing. So, is she just stupid, or is she planning something with this celebration? Interesting. This celebration is the perfect opportunity to meet and end this fated nexus. He looked in the distance before starting his work. He took the task of providing food and wine. Wang Wei had to prepare the best food and drink for over 100 million immortals, ensuring this banquet was worthy of his name. Once that finished, he headed to check on Li Jun. Big brother, you're here. Yeah, Wang Wei nodded. As the Three-Realm Emperor, he had no problem visiting any samsara court as he pleased since they were technically under his supervision. Can you participate in the banquet, or must I do something? No, I got permission. With no consequences? They've extended my time by 100,000 years, Li Jun replied. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei nodded. Although he was suspicious of Li Jun's boss, there was no sign of anything nefarious going on, so he had to leave it be. Have you prepared your sermon? Of course. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? I need to help your wife finish my pills. Oh, bring Su Ai. The banquet should be helpful to her and the child in her stomach. Oh, okay. Li Jun replied quietly, wondering whether this would cause him more trouble. Wang Wei ignored him before teleporting to the Guardian world, where he saw Yan Liling giving orders to many people, including Elder Dan and Miscellaneous One. Did they come to help you? Yes. I want to finish as soon as possible. No need to rush, Wang Wei stated. The banquet can be postponed if you need more time. It would look bad if you postpone. I don't care about that. For Wang Wei, people should follow his timetable, not the other way around. I know you don't, but it is still better to keep a surface-level good reputation. Wang Wei shrugged. Plus, I'm not in a hurry because of that. I have some feelings on how to update my Pill Sage Sutra, but I'm missing some enlightenment. This banquet is the perfect opportunity. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. Well, I'm here and ready to help. What can I do? Well, use your amazing soul power to accelerate the process, Yan Liling immediately replied. Wang Wei followed her direction while also taking this opportunity to learn from her and increase his sub-profession Daos that he's been neglecting. The process was enjoyable as he remembered his time infiltrating the Origin Pill Dao sect. By then, he only had to focus on refining pills, which he found relaxing and an excellent way to train the mind and spirit. With Wang Wei's help, the pills were refined after 700 years passed on the outside, so he officially announced the banquet would take place 300 years later, along with the rules. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184 Dao Banquet. Lavish food. The day of the banquet arrived, and the first to arrive was, of course, the immortals from the Myriad Emperor world. The steward had prepared a special floating mountain for this banquet, and the designated people would lead the guests to it. The mountain, even the banquet, looked ordinary, with countless small dining tables arranged in different sections. However, the beauty of this event was in its simplicity. The dining tables were made of purple sovereign wood, an emperor-grade material used for refining pills and weapons. The bowls, teacups, and wine cups shone with an unknown luster, and that's because they were made from dream dust, another emperor-grade material known to calm the mind and ensure the best cultivation state. The scariest part is there were 100 million of these things. Even if only a small part was required to refine the table and dining utensils, it was too extravagant. Furthermore, this was not the end. A pink tree that resembled a sakura tree stood towering at an inconspicuous corner of the banquet, releasing petals that enveloped the banquet. The tree's petals would temporarily purify the soul and increase comprehension. People could not immediately fly to the top of the mountain but must walk these beautiful purple stairs to the banquet. The stairs were blessed to condense a person's luck, giving them a temporary blessing that increased comprehension. Lastly, beautiful Dao music echoed in the background, and its effect was the same as the others, another boost to concentration and comprehension. Feng Hang was the first to arrive with 3 people following him, and a disciple led him to the emperor area, putting at the very front facing Wang Wei. However, the 3 monks with him sat somewhere else. Soon, more people arrived and were put in an area based on their paths. Dao area, Immortal area, Primarch area, Soul area, Luck area, and Guest area. Wang Wei allowed these people to bring 3 disciples from their sect to participate in this event, and the guest area was for them. The sky in the distance suddenly burst open as a golden carriage descended from the sky, followed by a vision. The steward wondered what the big deal was but soon realized it was only someone from another world community who had arrived. More foreigners arrived for the next few hours, and somehow, they all decided to make the flashiest entrance possible. These actions made the immortals of the Myriad Emperor world wonder whether they should have been flamboyant as well. Once everyone had arrived and the dream world was broadcasting this event, Wang Wei finally showed up, dressed in an elegant purple and gold robe. He also chose a simpler and more direct entrance, suddenly appearing at the slightly elevated table at the front as if he was always there. While all eyes were on him, he calmly sat cross-legged on a cushion, his dining table before him, facing all these people. He looked at the crowd, checking on all the people he knew. He smiled at his mother and father, who sat at the front near the Myriad Emperor world's true Eternals like Feng Hang and Ao Shen. His father was the only non-Eternal in that position, but no one said anything. Just like no one said anything about Dong Lifen sitting at the front of the Luck area. However, he did notice one complaint in the Immortal area despite no one uttering a word and decided to address it. "Welcome," Wang Wei said, his voice covering the entire mountain. "A few words before we start. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Sage Duanru for being the first mortal to achieve a level of enlightenment on par with immortals through mortal art." Everyone looked toward the Immortal area at the simply dressed elderly man with long white hair, a beard that reached his knees, aged spots, and cloudy eyes that hid their profoundness. Duanru used his cane to slowly stand up and bowed to Wang Wei. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to partake in this momentous event." Duanru took big risks and put much effort into coming here. He heard about this event over 10,000 years ago as he was about to end his lifespan. He immediately sealed himself without knowing if he could attend while asking his descendants to petition the court to allow him entrance. Luckily for him, his clans gave birth to talented cultivators who could live long enough and were filial enough to help him. "You've earned it," Wang Wei nodded. "And you'll be the first in the Dao area to preach." Duanru was surprised but quickly thanked him again. Such honor will further cement his legacy and bring him and his clan luck and destiny. Wang Wei originally wanted to give him the very first spot in the banquet since they were starting with the immortal area. However, he wanted to know whether Duanru's sermon would improve after the people before him had enlightened him. "The second announcement is that I've invited a special guest to preach, and they will be the last to do so." The guests immediately squinted. Duanru's appearance was a mild surprise, but this news intrigued and perplexed them. They expected the Supreme Emperor to be the last sermon, closing the banquet with the best. Now, His Majesty insinuated that someone even better than him was about to preach? Except for a few people who knew about Chen Tong, no one guessed who it was or whether someone like that even existed. "Now, let's start with the food," Wang Wei declared before waving his hand to manifest the food. The meal was a small piece of meat, a vegetable plate, and a rice bowl. However, this was not ordinary meat. It originated from a Tier 10 void beast prepared with Wu Hong's sealing cooking magic and blessed with Wang Wei's essence flower ability. In other words, everyone who eats will significantly increase their flesh-body cultivation. The vegetables were grown from a Tier 10 source beast that Wang Wei hunted, and its purpose was to heal hidden injuries and boost the absorption of the meat, allowing everyone to benefit even more from consuming it. The wine that Wang Wei was made from the best material, has been brewing or marinating for Yuan epochs under time formation and was blessed by fate to be the best wine possible. After drinking, the taste was out of this world, but that was the least important part, unless you were an alcoholic. Countless auras suddenly rose as people's qi quantity increased drastically. Some even broke their bottlenecks and became immortal sovereigns. The immortals were not the only ones who benefited since the wine could also increase soul energy. Meaning everyone, including the emperors and eternals, benefited from the growth of their souls, minds, and spirits. Wang Wei cultivated the rice using world source. That's how lavish this event was. After eating it, the people present will enter their absolute best state. Any events, battles or sermons, could be affected by many factors like mentality, state of mind, and past experience. The rice ensures that someone enters their absolute peak state without internal or external influence. I recommend you eat the rice first, followed by the vegetables, and take 2 sips of the wine and leave the meat alone since your body cannot handle it, Wang Wei communicated to Duanru. He personally arranged this old man's meal to ensure he survived the entire banquet with his limited lifespan. "I understand, and thank you for your care, His Majesty," Duanru replied. The meat could be left for his descendants, but some small part of him felt unwilling. He would rather wait until his reincarnation to eat it, but he doubted these unfilial bastards would preserve it for him. More importantly, other clans might try to attack his clan, knowing he was storing such a valuable thing. "Hey, honey," Wang Tian whispered. "Don't ask to share my food." "I wouldn't," Wang Tian replied speechlessly. "Oh then, what is it? How are we supposed to hold a banquet that compares to this?" Yu Yan exhaled deeply after hearing his question. "I've been thinking the same thing. All I can say is we better start preparing now." All she can do to soothe her heartache is laugh at the misery of the emperors after them. She wished she could see their stress as they tried to hold a banquet on this level and failed miserably. "This bastard really knows how to be extravagant," Wang Tian complained. "We were lucky he only wanted a simple Dao companion ceremony." True. Wang Wei waited for everyone to finish with their food, their breakthrough, and helping their disciples to digest their meal. Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and Li Wenling had other people helping them. He waved his hand to summon the tea. This is enlightenment tea brewed from the Bodhi tree with petals from the world tree used as assistants to prolong the effect. The people were shocked. The Bodhi tree was known for its effect of increasing comprehension and allowing a cultivator to enter a state of epiphany. Meanwhile, every petal of the world tree contained a world, and now, It was used as an assisting material for this tea. This banquet was simply the definition of lavish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185 Dao Banquet. Preaching. This is such a waste, Yan Liling complained while sitting beside Li Jun. It would have been better to use these things as the primary or supplementary materials for pills. You can't exactly feed pills to people for the banquet, Li Jun stated with his left hand on Sue's belly, helping the baby better absorb the nourishment from all these rare and precious resources. Why not? Yan Liling countered. Once it's my turn to hold the banquet, I'm feeding everyone the best pills possible. I guess that would work. Do you think I should prepare some underworld delicacies? Is that even a thing? If it isn't, just make it. You have a point. Yan Liling, Li Jun, and Wang Wei's parents were not the only ones thinking about holding the same banquet and wondering how they would make theirs unique and stand out. Suya, who was in the guest area, had similar thoughts. She thought about creating a special dish based on her 7 emotions 6 desires Dao that would temper or even heal Dao hearts. Di Jiaying's thinking was more extreme as she wondered whether she could force people to pay a fee for attendance at her banquet. She realized it was possible, but it would have to be very enticing as this one or very close to it. Kai Song wondered whether she had to have a banquet during her time. If she did, could she give people special puppets as gifts? But what kind of special puppet? She felt annoyed, thinking how troublesome the entire situation would be. However, she enjoyed the thought of creating individualized puppets for the emperors of her era. Jun Mengyao wondered whether the sect would be willing to sponsor him for his banquet or whether he would have to use his own wealth. He decided to start amassing wealth now, just in case. Once everyone finished their meals, Wang Wei summoned the tea and sipped it. Once everything had been drunk, he pointed to the sky to summon a phantom of the river of time that immediately turned into a formation. Such brilliant and effortless application of time Dao, Su Shi thought. Like most of her peers, she was slightly jealous she would never have an opportunity to hold such a banquet. At least, not as the Heavenly Emperor. However, she quickly removed such emotions. If she wanted to, she could have been the Heavenly Emperor, but she didn't, and that was for many reasons. Firstly, she did not want to abandon her citizen status in the myriad emperor world after going through so much trouble. Secondly, and more importantly, she viewed the position of the other worlds as useless and less important than the one from the myriad emperor world. In her eyes, and the eyes of most of her peers, only the Heavenly Emperor from their home was the true emperor, and all the others were poor copies. And if she could not have the original, she did not want any other. There is also the fact that the benefit she received working in Wang Wei's court was much higher than if she were the emperor somewhere else. Tong Ruobing was the best proof of this. If not for her alliance with Wang Wei, she would have regretted starting her own court. Su Shi shook her head to remove all these unnecessary thoughts from her head and focus on the event. I'm expecting this event to take a while, so I've accelerated the time in here to ensure not too long passes outside, Wang Wei explained. He could sense the agitated emotions of a few people who were wondering whether he had organized this banquet to eliminate all of them. As if I needed to go to such lengths to kill every immortal in the lower dimension, Wang Wei sneered. He did one last check to ensure no problem occurred during this significant event. He checked on the people to prevent anyone from having nefarious thoughts. He checked on the sect's mortal disciples and elders hidden by his power on floating mountains next to this one. Finally, he checked on the dream world's broadcast and the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei then cast a protective spell that contained all his powers that covered every corner of the endless void to ensure no one interrupted this meeting. These are the rules, he declared. Each sermon will be between 3 to 3,000 years, with a break between 3 days to 300 years after each sermon for digestion. The length will be decided by heaven and earth itself, based on the amount of Dao rhymes you condense. Everyone entered a high alert state. In an event like this, with the most powerful and influential people of the lower dimension, there is nothing more embarrassing than having a short sermon. No matter what, the people present were the cream of the cream, meaning they had their own ego and pride. However, they could do nothing about the rules now, and they can only hope their sermons are not subpar. We will begin with the immortal paths. The first 1,000 preachers will be normal, followed by 1,000 swordsmen, then 1,000 professionals. We will repeat this pattern. The first professionals to preach are the alchemists. Once there are no immortal alchemists, it will be the array masters, weapon makers, talisman refiners, and the puppeteers. Many people were immediately not happy that swordsmen had their own category. However, Wang Wei did not care. Swordsmanship was the most popular weapon Dao, and their population was enormous compared to others. Sword Dao was not the most powerful simply because of the weapon, but because there have been so many swordsmen throughout history that the Dao has been elevated to a higher status due to how many skills, techniques and scriptures were written. Once it's my turn, the spear will have its own section, and I'll make sure it has earned that position, Jin Mengyao thought with great dedication. Wang Wei waved his hand to assign numbers to the immortals. The first and last sermon will be chosen by me, but the rest will be randomly selected. Once it's your turn, you'll receive a direct message in your mind. We will start with Immortal Jin Yi from the Red Sea world. A mass of clouds surrounded a scholarly-looking middle-aged man, elevating him 5 meters above the sky. He bowed to Wang Wei before immediately starting his sermon. Essence, Spirit, Qi, the essence of life and cultivation. The immortal path is also called the Qi path, making it seem like Qi dominates the other. But that's wrong. Heaven and earth is all about balance, and the same principles apply to the Qi path. The only difference is that we use Qi as the primary source to supplement our body, essence, and spirit, mind or soul. This is. As Jin Ye's words echoed throughout the mountain, Dao rhymes condensed from the sky, appearing similar to runes and beautiful music. The power of the Enlightenment tea and all the blessing methods of the banquet perfectly combined with the Dao rhymes to allow people to enter a deep state of epiphany. In that state, their normal state of cultivation, which is usually slow, boring, and even tedious, became the most enjoyable act in the world, given how easy and spiritually fulfilling it was. Everyone became engrossed in this sermon. Although it did not discuss a specific Dao, that was a pro instead of a con since it was applicable to everyone present, especially the part about maintaining the balance between the essence, spirit, and Qi. The process lasted over 1,600 years and a digestion period of 160 years. Once everyone woke up, they felt it was too short. One of the reasons cultivation in the lower dimension is so slow is the lack of conversation and exchanging ideas. It's also why the dream world was so successful. This banquet was even more direct in its approach, putting everyone together and forcing them to discuss cultivation and the Tao without any restraints or care of status, wealth, power, or faction. Jin Yi slowly descended to his seat before the clouds chose someone else. With Jin Yi as an example, these cultivators were comfortable, feeling they could do as good of a job as him, if not better. However, they all received an awakening. The second sermon only lasted 536 years. The third one went on for 345 years, the fourth one for 99 years, and the fifth one directly dropped to 3 years. That cultivator was so embarrassed that he did not open his eyes and closed off all his senses, so as not to hear any comments or murmurs. Things became visibly worse after the fifth cultivator. Few people's sermons lasted for more than 3 digits. In fact, out of all 1,000 cultivators, there were more than 200 people who lasted 3 years, and only a total of 27 people lasted over 100 years, and no one reached 1,000 years like Jin Yi. The immortals immediately stopped comprehending while the swordsmen and the professionals were preaching, hoping to improve their sermons and avoid embarrassment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186 Dao Banquet. Breakthrough. Just like all immortals' path, the sword immortals were usually the embarrassment in a room, the butt of the joke per se. The source of this disparity is that they've lost one of the core aspects of a swordsman, the Dao part. They must rely on their immortal Qi to replicate their former abilities and swordsmanship realm. Despite this flaw, they still considered themselves swordsmen and kept that mindset. They trained their Qi and their mind with such a mindset, thus still giving them a slight edge over regular immortals. However, the ones who truly shine in this banquet are the swordsmen with unique sword Qis. Wang Wei said he chose randomly the order of preaching, but that was really the case. It's more like an algorithm with the sole purpose of ensuring the best way for this banquet to proceed and be wildly successful. As such, a few unique sword immortals preached in the early stages of this round to rile up the crowd and set up some standards. Then, The algorithm chooses people it deduced who would have a lackluster performance and puts them first. No immortal sovereign appeared in the first round. The immortal swordsman's preaching session was mild above the first session, with only a few dozen 3-year sermons. The embarrassing/scaring tactic worked, and hopefully by the end of this event, the number of these weak sermons will be reduced to single digits. The immortal alchemist's main focus was on Yan Liling's universal immortal runes, with everyone expressing their understanding and twists. The people from the myriad pill world took this opportunity to show the world why it was the center of alchemy in the lower dimension. This era almost destroyed their status and privileges. Luckily, they adapted in time and were not washed away by the tide of change. After a few rounds of exchange, it was time for the last alchemist to speak. While no one was paying attention, Yan Liling had a strange aura around her. A book materialized before her, and with the passage of time, more Tao rhymes entered her body and the book. The prototype is done, she thought, looking at the new Pill Sage Sutra. Her new path of pill refining centered around her talent to read the mind. She created a way for materials to awaken a pill mind, essentially their spirituality or wisdom. However, such wisdom has an inherent purpose: to refine better pills. For example, if she was refining a basic blood-replenishing pill with 3 ingredients: yang stems, water bead, and spirit root. All 3 materials would awaken their pill mind and gain sentience. However, their purpose will be to work with each other and the alchemist, Yan Liling in that scenario, to make the best pills. As long as someone masters this technique, it will be impossible to create a pill of lesser quality than perfect. And in a skilled alchemist's hands, it will be relatively easy to create true mortal perfection pills, not just the perfect quality dictated by the Alchemy Association. The next step is to take inspiration from the origin pill flame that can refine everything. Yan Liling thought. Her idea is that even if she awakened the pill mind on a non-alchemy material, it should slowly change its nature to become an alchemy material. To succeed, I must add a small portion of good fortune Tao. Creation would be best, however, that can be added once I'm an Empyrean using the Grand Mist Wheel. There was no need to incur the wrath of heaven by becoming an outlaw when there were alternatives. In getting over myself, there are still some problems. Yan Liling had to control herself not to get too far ahead. There were still some problems with awakening a pill mind for immortal-grade materials, as they actually resisted the destiny granted to them. Currently, she has no problem controlling immortal and Tao-grade materials, but based on the simulation in her sea of consciousness, even the weakest Emperor-grade herb will revolt against her control. Because of this issue, she couldn't even tackle the most brilliant aspect of this technique: the alchemy mind. Yan Liling did not simply want her materials to gain wisdom, she wanted them to be born with an excellent talent for alchemy but also with vast knowledge and experience. Upon completion of this level of the Pill Sage Sutra, refining any pills will be like all the materials were as talented as her and devoted to helping her refine the best pill possible. Such an idea sounds absurd, but Yan Liling already has a direction: Fate Tao. The process of the materials awakening their alchemy mind will involve them sharing fate with her, thus acquiring their talent and knowledge. In fact, this is not even the final form of this scripture. Based on Yan Liling's imagination, the material should awaken not only her alchemy knowledge but also other people and, if possible, the knowledge of true heavenly Tao. However, her idea for that stage of the scripture is only vague. She knows she might have to defeat other alchemists to build a database and add Heaven Tao to the mix. However, the small bit of Fate Tao added already made cultivating this technique a virtual nightmare. She could not fathom how many people would be able to cultivate it once it was truly finished. Regardless, she was happy with the outline she currently had and was more confident in walking the path of skills to achieve transcendence. Yan Liling readjusted her mood and concentrated. She was saddened that no more alchemists would preach but took comfort in learning by comparison to other professions. She also looked forward to alchemists from the other path. The sermons continued, and soon, the first person to reach 2,000 years appeared. To no one's surprise, it was an immortal sovereign. Once a person passed the 2,000-year threshold, the Tao rhymes resonated with each other, making the epiphany process deeper. In other words, it was easier for people to understand, digest, and benefit. While people rejoiced at this sermon, the immortal sovereign, a beautiful woman in all red, was not happy. She felt it was an insult for her not to reach the full 3,000-year mark. After all, She was technically tier 11. Sadly for her, her knowledge was severely limited since she spent all her life in the lower dimension. She, along with all the other sovereigns, does not even know what a person of their level is genuinely capable of. The sermon continued, and the lady proved she was among the best in her path. Most immortal sovereigns bordered 1,500 to 2,000 years, with the best being 2097 years from a talisman maker. Then, it was finally for the last person in that section to preach, and Wang Wei chose the Turtle King from the martial hegemony world. The Turtle King is, without a doubt, the oldest being in the lower dimension and the oldest immortal path practitioner. Many people, including Wang Wei, looked forward to his sermon, and he did not disappoint. The Turtle King could not show up with his real body and refused to take human form. Instead, he had to create a human clone to send in his place. His sermon lasted 2,907 years, creating the most intense Dao rhyme since the start of the event. However, even that was not the most impressive part of his sermon. The turtle had no reservations and discussed a special technique to condense a unique chi capable of granting a maximum battle boost of 30%. This boost is not a grand Dao boost, but such a technique is still appreciated since it could grant someone victory over a relatively equal opponent. The most impressive aspect of this technique is its universality. Soul Path people can condense a unique soul chi or god chi, Dao ancestors can condense a world chi, heavenly kings can condense a king chi, and emperors can also have their own emperor chi. The Turtle King's sermon became the first major highlight of this banquet, making the martial artists from the martial hegemony world very happy and proud. Those rowdy martial artists would have made a scene if not for the grand occasion. Once everyone had digested the sermon, it was now the turn of the soul area. Although their path was on par with the Dao path, relatively speaking, it did not change the fact that they did not cultivate individual Dao. The luck area with the heavenly kings had the least number of people and appeared to be the group that should be next. However, they had their own Dao. In essence, the fortune path was an alternative to the Dao path. The heavenly kings used the luck from a dynasty to bear the power of the grand Dao source, while Dao ancestors used an inner world. If a heavenly king chose the same path as Dong Lifen to fuse their dynasty with their sea of consciousness, or even if they choose their bodies, they are essentially creating an alternate inner world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187 Dao Banquet. Key Speakers. Wang Wei already knew who to choose as the last key speaker for the Soul Path, and that would be its founder, Xianxia. However, it took him some thought to choose the very first. There were few god kings in the first place, and the best originated from the divine race. So, he chose someone who could establish an excellent standard for that area. The preacher did an excellent job. His sermon was mainly about the soul, as this was their expertise. The young divine race, named Red Ocean, took a page out of Jianghu's book and discussed the balance between the essence, spirit, and qi, but the main focus is the spirit instead. This sermon lasted 2,100 years. The rest of the soul area sermons involved four main topics: soul, incense, divine law, and divine will. Xianxia convinced his people to talk about the insurgent technique of condensing divine laws and wills in the hope of further increasing the strength of this divine path. Wang Wei's soul Dao benefited immensely from all these sermons about the soul and spirit. It did not take long for the soul area's turn to finish. They had their lows and highs, including their unique take on professions like alchemy that involved using faith in the process. Then, it was finally Xianxia's turn to speak. He took a moment to compose himself. One of his main goals was to expand the God path and make it as good as the Emperor path. However, as soon as he became the first God King, reality hit him, and he realized this goal was impossible. So, he focused on spreading his path and, at least, making it as good as the Dao path. Sadly, people would rather become Dao ancestors than God Kings. Many people would even walk the lesser paths because of how young his path was and the restraint of incense. The progress would have been even worse if not for his decision to ally with the soul race across the endless void due to their affinity to this path. Due to the current situation, Xianxia has been debating whether he should ascend to pursue the higher realms of this path or stay in the lower dimension to continue growing. And so far, he's leaning on staying. So far, this event has been going well regarding showing the strength of our path. Let's end things with a bang. just like the immortal path. Xianxia preached. As the founder of this path, he had the most profound sermons, continuing for as long as 2,800 years. However, they were not as impactful as the Turtle King's. Xianxia sighed in regret. He did his best, but it was not enough. The next area was the luck area for the heavenly kings, and they were chosen because of their small numbers. Wang Wei chose Dong Lifan as the first speaker instead of the last. Despite being immortal, she preached for over 2,500 years, showing the world why her Tao tree was almost completely purple gold. The luck area's sermons could be considered an interim highlight of this event since they discussed the Grand Tao source and their understanding of luck. The last preacher lasted over 2,700 years before everyone moved on to the next area, the Primarchs. Wang Wei focused on this part since he still plans to understand the difference between heavenly, primordial, and Tao laws, Grand Tao source. He had even laid out the preliminary foundation for this process by recording the difference between the laws of all the worlds and communities in the lower dimension for study. The heaven law was unique and a fresh experience for the people present. However, the highlight of this section's sermon was their deep connection with heaven and earth. The pre-march path was something innate creatures created, which can be described as the bloodline immortality path. Innate demon gods loved nature and considered heaven and earth their mother, hence their closeness or affinity. Old families that survived the Null era dominated this section, and the Myriad Emperor world's ancient clan was the main lead but not the only one. The demon race also showed a great presence in this section as well, but they were still outdone by these clans. The banquet was about to reach its first peak with the beginning of the Tao area. As he promised, Sage Duanru started this section. By now, he was only a soul as his body had already collapsed, but a holy release from his body, preventing anyone from underestimating him. Sage Duanru was known for his calligraphy, but his sermons contained various ideas and subjects. He first started with the way of governance, teaching how to rule and govern a government or any faction properly. He followed that with philosophy, which resembles a form of spiritual practice, before transitioning into things like painting, music, and finally, calligraphy. His sermon did not seem disorganized because of these different ideas or subjects. Instead, they fit perfectly together as if they were one topic. Duan Ru's sermon lasted exactly 2,000 years, proving to the world he was worthy to be here and worth starting the Tao area. Interesting, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the Tao rhymes Duanru condensed. They are more active than others and even have a better effect on boosting people's comprehension. It seems heaven and earth acknowledge his status as a mortal sage. The sermon continued, and the Tao area, which had plenty of time to prepare, brought their best, their games to say. The shortest sermon lasted 333 years, and there were plenty of people in the 1000s and 2000s year range. After the first 1000 Tao ancestors, it was the swordsman's turn, and Wang Wei chose his father as the first speaker. His record was the same as Dong Lifan, over 2,500 years, beating her by 12 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied since they could listen to a direct sermon from the man who pioneered the ultimate sword path. Even the extreme sword path individuals showed their respect. Although they scoffed at the part about the 12th realm of swordsmanship, they still listened so they could create countermeasures to these heretical bastards. The banquet continued, and many people in that area shone brightly. The insurgents of the Tao opening sect had no one who lasted less than 2,300 years, and people like Origin 1, Sword 1, and Desolate 1 reached the 2,900 mark, albeit the beginning. By all merit, this is the best session so far, Wang Wei thought, feeling the immense Tao rhymes condensing in the sect, baptizing the environment and the people. It was so dense that some spilled into the Myriad Emperor world, and this was not even the main event yet. If this is the result of one banquet, I cannot fathom how these lineages in the upper dimension are, Wang Wei thought. This banquet is monumental for the lower dimension but not the upper dimension. On the contrary, they should be more grandiose since some of these factions will have multiple paragons preaching. Yet, with all these advantages, cultivation still takes such a long time. Wang Wei sighed before focusing on the task at hand. Now, how to start the Emperor area. He looked at all the people present before his eyes landed on the monk, Feng Heng. Wang Wei noticed that the latter had a very peaceful and reassuring aura. It seems after succeeding in reviving Buddhism, the flaw in his Tao heart was fixed, and his state of mind reached a higher level. You're up first. Thank you, benefactor, for this honor, Feng Heng nodded, before readjusting himself. What is the limit of the mind? Does it have a limit? The human mind, or its extension, imagination, has no boundaries or limits. It can create anything it pleases, it can. Feng Heng's sermon was natural and effortless. The words came out of his mouth as if they were the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Furthermore, everyone suddenly felt as if the effect of the enlightened tea strengthened for this particular sermon. No one had any trouble following his mind, and no one wasted this opportunity by focusing on improving their sermons. By now, if they were not ready, there was no hope. The Emperor area had a major advantage by being the last section to go, meaning there was no excuse for a poor sermon. Feng Heng focused on the mind, not the soul, except for their connection, before transitioning into the 5 elements and Yin-Yang Tao. He did not speak much on Buddhism to ensure the universality of his sermon. As he uttered his last words, 3,000 years had passed. The Tao rhymes resonated at an even higher intensity, giving the people an even better boost for the next 300 years they spent digesting. Why is it so short? That was everyone's main consensus once they opened their eyes. This was the longest sermon, but it felt so short to them. People looked at Feng Heng with respect. They finally understood why Buddhism had such a major comeback despite its recent comeback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188 Tao Banquet. Emperor's Sermons. The second person, after Feng Heng, felt great pressure. It was inevitable after such a perfect sermon. They had no hope of reaching such a level and wished not to embarrass themselves. Luckily, fate and time were in their favor. The second sermon lasted 1800 years, which was very satisfactory. The Emperor area soon proved extraordinary, as no one had a sermon that lasted more than 1,000 years. More Tao rhymes spilled into the myriad Emperor world, making the entire world more extraordinary. There are usually only 3,800 great emperors in each generation, but this one was special, so the total number was 4,500, an extra 700. Considering the ones who hid themselves or died during all the wars, the number of participants was 4,250. The Emperor area did not have enough people for rounds of 1,000, so things had to be adjusted to rounds of 200. With such a small population, the time for the first Sword Emperor to preach soon arrived, and Wang Wei chose a slightly controversial individual, Dugu Jing. The Golden Sword Emperor was a controversial figure in the world of swordsmanship. Dugu Jing was the second most powerful sword emperor in this generation, and third overall in achievement behind Wang Tian and Ji Lanfeng in pure sword skills. However, he's not a pure swordsman, meaning he was rejected by the extreme sword path. The ultimate path embraced him since he tempered his body, but they did not like that his main Tao was metal/gold and had nothing related to swordsmanship. Many people still considered him a sword user despite his skills and accomplishments. As such, the fact he was the first sword speaker was slightly controversial. However, Wang Wei did not care about all these things and directly chose him. Dugu Jing proved his worth as he preached about swordsmanship and the metal Tao, lasting 2,933 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied with their sermon, while the metal Tao people almost cried tears of joy. 5 elements is still the most widespread Tao, so plenty of emperors and immortals of the metal Tao or 5 elements exist. The banquet continued with the current streak of a minimum of 1,000 years of preaching. The first wave of swordsmen was very rewarding since many people decided to use this event for a battle between the extreme and ultimate path. Soon, it was time for the first alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the heavenly emperor from the myriad pill world without hesitation. The elderly man lasted 2,915 years, slightly less than Dugu Jing. However, his record was the second best so far in this section. The Emperor area continued its brilliant streak, slowly pushing the event to its peak. There were not many alchemist emperors, meaning they only had 1 round. Then it was time for the last alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the very best, Yan Liling. She was excited as this was an opportunity to reorganize her Pill Sage Sutra, which she had perfected the first volume after listening to so many brilliant minds. Her next focus was on the part involving Fate Tao, and she was confident in creating the outline/prototype after listening to her big brother's sermon. Yan Liling proved to the world why she deserved the title of Pill Sage Empress, as her sermon focused on fundamental skills for alchemists. These pill refiners felt as if they had returned to their young days when their teacher taught them the basics. At first, they were slightly disdainful. After all, they are great emperors. Haven't they mastered the basics already? However, just as swordsmen can take basic skills and elevate them to the level of Dao, Yan Liling showed them there were levels to this. Many of them felt shameful and decided to focus more on the fundamentals from now on. Her sermon lasted 3,000 years, and she became the second person to achieve perfection in this banquet. The alchemists bowed to Yan Liling, and she calmly received them. The next 200 normal preachers were nothing special since Wang Wei saved the best for last. However, they did not embarrass this section by preserving the 3-digit roll. Next was the array master's turn, but their number was too small. In fact, the number of array masters, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and puppeteers barely reached 200, with only 5 people who proved the Dao with puppet Dao. So, Wang Wei combined them together into one group. This round of preaching was underwhelming because only talisman makers had a superstar. The best of them was a weapon refiner that lasted 2,700 years, and puppet Dao proved to be the weakest of the professions. Although Wang Wei's new way of fighting improved the status of puppeteers, it did not change the fact they were last in all areas. This fact might not change until Kai Song proves the Dao, and with her more loner/introverted personality, that might not change if she does not actively do something. Tong Ruobing was the last professional to preach. As expected, she was phenomenal. Her sermon focused more on runes to make it more universal for everyone, followed by the resonance with other Das. She went on for 3,000 years, becoming the third perfection of this event. When she opened her eyes to see the vast Dao rhymes of the sect, she wished she could secretly steal some to bring back home. Once everyone digested this perfect sermon, the 200 regular preachers passed without any incident, and the general result was the best without anyone spending less than 1,500 years. It was now the swordsman's turn again, but they only had 23 people remaining, and each sermon was better than the previous until it was Ji Lanfang's turn. No matter how the extreme path swordsmen felt about Ji Lanfang, they must admit the man was powerful and talented. His sermon talked about the sermon, until he started talking about the heretical sword and sword realm. Regardless of how these people felt, Ji Lanfang had an excellent sermon. Sadly, it lasted 2,999 years, missing that mark on perfection. People felt it was a shame, but Ji Lanfang was relatively nonchalant about the result. The event continued, and only 2 people displayed extraordinary abilities: the twin barbarians. Feng Heng did not kill them after rectifying Buddhism in their world, so they attended this event, both lasting 2,875 years. Finally, the event reached its concluding state, in which only the very best remained. In that group, the first to preach was Yi Dafa's wife, the 9-Serpent Empress. She preached for 2,976 years, focusing on bloodline, thus benefiting the demon race or other cultivators with a potent bloodline. The person after the Serpent Empress was Shi Qian, the only emperor of the light race. Her sermon garnered some attention since she focused on tricks of using karma to find your enemy's Dao imprints and kill them as soon as possible. She lasted 2,980 years. Wang Wei decided to have the woman first in the final section. So the third person was the demon-suppressing emperor. She talked about her status as human and heaven emperor, with a sprinkle about the spirit, drawing inspiration from her life and struggle. She went on for 2,985 years. Su Shi was next, and she talked about chaos. She made her sermon as universal as possible, with some emphasis on the Dao heart and its correlation with music. Her result was the same as Ji Lanfang's, 2,999 years. Shi Xianxia, the only member of the celestial race in the lower dimension, followed after the Void Time Empress. Her sermon was only 2,995 years old, but it was special because she improved the Turtle King's technique, allowing the maximum capacity to reach a 35% boost. Yu Yan was next, and she did not shame her son as her sermon reached 2,997 years. Wrath, who was no longer a controversy because of her identity, was next, and she had the same result. She made the Neo-Devils proud. Hua Fenghuang was the last woman to preach. Her result was 2,998 years. It was finally the men's turn, and only 3 people remained, not counting Wang Wei. Mu Lei went first, and he lasted for 2,994 years. Yi Dafu, despite his personality not being suited for this kind of thing, preached for 2,997 years. He even included his fighting experience in the sermon. Finally, Ao Shen went last. His sermon was also about bloodlines, and he continued on for 2,998 years. It irked him that he had the same time as that woman, but he could do nothing now. Everyone opened their eyes as the main event was about to start. All eyes were on Wang Wei, waiting for him to speak. Before he could say something, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at Sage Duanru. The man had reached his limit and was about to dissipate and enter samsara. He pointed at him and bought him more time. Wang Wei then waved his hand to summon more enlightened tea. The guests were overjoyed and quickly drank it. They also felt anticipation for this last act. No, the act before the last. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189 Tao Banquet. Tao Pillars. Let's start with essence. From the outside to the inside, our body is composed of skin. Although our body is mainly yang like all things between heaven and earth, it's still balanced with a little yin. These are the yin aspects of the body. Cultivation is all evolution. Essence focuses on evolving internally, qi starts the evolution externally, and the spirit connects the two. Many people abandon cultivating the body after proving the Tao since they now exist on a conceptual level. But that is the wrong approach. The universe is all about balance and To everyone's surprise, Wang Wei spent 3,000 years about essence, and the body refiners, who felt left out of this banquet, were the most excited. They finally had top-tier sermons dedicated solely to them. Moreover, the sermon was wonderful as it touched on countless ways to temper the body without any hidden injuries. Wang Wei even talked in detail about the true power Tao realm. Spirit, Wang Wei said. Although I said it's the link between essence and qi, that's also an oversimplification. What is the difference between the mind and the soul? Is spirit the synonym of mind? Of the soul? The slight difference between these words contain the essence of spirit. The soul is the origin, the root of the mind, spirit, consciousness, and how we perceive reality. The mind is. Another 3,000 years passed by, and Wang Wei showed the world his deep understanding of the soul. The Tao rhymes he condensed formed a strange circle above the banquet, but no one noticed this phenomenon. By now, people had some expectations of how long and profound this sermon would be, so they focused on not missing anything and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Qi, Wang Wei stated, without giving anyone time to breathe. It's not just the energy found in nature. Once again, that is an oversimplification. It's the breath of life that keeps our bodies and minds functioning. It's the very breath that heaven and earth exhaled, the foundation of all living creatures, sentient or not. It is the main key to the path of cultivation, to our continued evolution. Qi is the most versatile and malleable matter in existence. It can change based on the environment, the individual, and even your thoughts and emotions. It is. As he uttered his last word, the attendants had experienced 9,000 years of top-tier sermons. These people could not wait to record what the Supreme Emperor said and leave it for their sect as a foundation. Although it would take a lot of effort and resources to perfectly record this kind of sermon, it will be worth it. These people did not trust the dream world to record the experience better than those who experienced it personally. Tao, Wang Wei uttered, and the crowd almost cheered. They thought this was the limit. They immediately focused and listened as much as possible. Fate of fire, fate of yin-yang, fate of space-time, Wang Wei continued. All Taoists may be different, but their destination is the same. Use your Tao to affect, use, or control other Taoists. All cultivators must strive to break the inherent definition of their Taoists and elevate them to concepts and ideas surpassing their limits. For example, flame Taoist essence is to burn. A normal cultivator will focus on that aspect and increase the intensity of their flames. A decent cultivator will tap into the explosive nature of fire, and a genius will focus on its ability to spread. However, a heaven chosen will not be limited by the natural characteristic of the flame. There is a common saying, His anger burned as bright as flames. In truth, flames have nothing to do with anger, but it's often associated with it. After removing the limit of your Tao, you can condense flames of anger, meaning you've used your flame to tap into the 7 emotions 6 desires Tao. In many stories, myths, legends and mortal civilization, flame is associated with the beginning of life. Terms like flame of life to refer to a person's vitality or life are common. By breaking your limit, you can condense a life flame and thus succeed in tapping into life Tao with the flame Tao. Flames can kill or even destroy things. In other words, flame Tao can tap into death and even destruction Tao. The fire Tao is not the only one with this ability. All Taoists can. Some are inherently better at this concept than others, but it applies to all of them. Success depends entirely on the cultivator's willingness to open their mind. Wang Wei continued his sermon, creating a clear path for everyone present for them to elevate their utilization of their Tao to a higher level. As for the top genius who was already at this level, he also showed them the deeper levels. Once the 3,000 years ended, the people spent 1,200 years digesting everything, and they all felt the time was too short. Suddenly, the sky changed as the Tao rhymes condensed from this 12,000-year sermon vibrated intently, releasing an intense purple light that could be considered a vision. Then, under everyone's gaze, the Tao rhymes turned into 4 Tao pillars that perfectly recorded the sermon. Better yet, these pillars were probably blessed by heaven and earth to make it easier to comprehend. Everyone was immediately jealous, but Wang Wei calmly waved his hand to create another floating mountain and placed the pillars there. He also placed formation around the mountain with a snap of his finger. That was unexpected, Wang Wei thought. Could something similar happen to all the Tao rhymes from this banquet? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked at this change with different eyes, especially Tong Ruobing. What are you thinking? Mu Lei asked. What do you mean? You have that same look when thinking something out of pocket or crazy. It's nothing like that, she replied. Come on. I know you better than this, he added. Fine. I'm thinking of holding my own banquet. Mu Lei was speechless. Are you crazy? I'm not. Don't you understand that any banquet after this one will pale in comparison? Plus, who will come to our banquet? We do not have the status to invite so many people. You may not, but I do. Mu Lei was not stupid and immediately understood what she meant. You want to invite the Talisman Emperors? Not just them, she replied. I'm deeply respected in the Talisman community, and after this banquet, I also have some pull in other professions. If I invited them, especially with the promise to share the Tao rhymes, it's possible to have a small banquet. Although it will pale compared to this one, no one should expect to reach this level, probably ever. Her main objective is to benefit the great Talisman City, especially since there are a few complaints that she did not do enough because of her role as the queen in another world community. It could work, Mu Lei said. But you would have to wait for a while until the effect of this one abates. You're right, but I also need to start contacting these people immediately since most of them are probably preparing to ascend, Tong Ruobing added. But what about Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect? What are you going to do with them? I doubt Wang Wei will care since I won't be the only person with this idea. The problem is if we want our small banquet to be official and posted in the dream world, we can't move around them, Tong Ruobing said before sighing. In fact, the best way for this to succeed would be to invite Yan Liling. However, she would lose too much Tao rhymes if he invited the latter. While everyone was distracted by the Tao pillars or thinking about possibly having their own small banquet, Sage Duan Russ Soul suddenly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Tao. People secretly criticized that shrewd mortal. All 100 million or more immortals stood up and bowed to Wang Wei. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Tao. Their voices formed a cacophony of beautiful sounds that spread throughout heaven and earth. It was beautiful seeing so many powerful entities bowing to one person. However, Wang Wei was calm. After all, this was not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. At this point in his life, glory and worship were normal things, and as he became more powerful, even more powerful beings would bow to him until one day, even Grand Tao would have no choice but to do the same. You're welcome, Wang Wei nodded before giving him another blessing to continue his soul. But as I hinted, I'm not today's main event. The people then remembered there was still one more guest to appear, and they were curious who was nobler than the Supreme Emperor to be the final guest of such an event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190 Dao Banquet. Paragon's Sermon. Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, who is this noble guest? Asked a heavenly king who felt that sage Duanru might ask the same question if he gave him time. An honored paragon, Wang Wei calmly responded. However, most people gave him a blank and confused face. I guess I can tell you this information for free. Do you know the realms after Great Emperor? Most people were once again confused, but someone said, I once heard the word Empyrean, but that's all I know. That is correct, Wang Wei nodded. Once your luck is enough, and your cultivation reaches 70% Grand Dao Source, you must survive the immemorial tribulation and condense the Grand Mist Wheel to gain the power of creation. Then you'll become an Empyrean. Wang Wei paused to give them thoughts to process this information. After 90% Grand Dao Source and other factors, you'll become a paragon and stand at the top of the universe. Everyone was shocked before thinking how such a being could attend their little banquet. They should be nothing but ants before someone who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. These people immediately reached the conclusion that Wang Wei might have contacted his ancestors in the upper dimension and invited them despite the blockage of the lower dimension. Wang Wei guessed what they were thinking, but he did not explain any further. It's your luck to have such a cultivator preaching to you. So, let's not waste time and take full advantage of this situation. Wang Wei's cushion flew from the small podium and sat before everyone, facing the podium. He stood up and waited. Everyone immediately followed him, and less than 30 seconds later, Chen Tong's handsome face appeared on the podium. He looked ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. As strong as the Supreme Emperor is, people can still feel his presence, especially that perfect aura on his body that can be intoxicating. However, this man had nothing. They saw him but could not detect him. It was like he existed in a realm beyond their sights, thoughts, souls, and even existence. Thank you again, Lord Chen Tong, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand to salute. Thank you, Lord Chen Tong, the crowd followed. However, they were not as bold as Wang Wei and bowed 90 degrees. Some even kowtowed. No problem, Chen Tong nodded. I've been observing the lower dimension for a long time, and as you said, this is indeed the most wonderful generation of emperors. This banquet immediately became an odd sight as these old immortals, who have lived for billions of years or more, became shy or red out of embarrassment with one comment. Some immediately became proud. However, the more level-headed individuals knew why this generation was so exceptional, so they glanced at the Supreme Emperor. All right, let's get started, Cheng Tong announced. His projection sat on the podium and began preaching. What is cultivation? Today we will explore this topic. I will explain my understanding, along with a detailed explanation of the path of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. As soon as Chen Tong started, the Tao rhymes he produced condensed into golden lotus flowers that blessed everyone present. A silent cry of joy emanated from heaven and earth as a result, but only people like Wang Wei, Yan Liling, and Chen Tong noticed. The cultivators, who were in a deep state of epiphany, quickly felt the sermon was somewhat similar to Wang Wei. Chen Tong talked about essence, qi, and spirit but focused on how these things applied to cultivators from Tier 1 to higher levels. There are many cultivation systems in the lower dimension, and his sermon was a way to be universal to everyone. Once the sermon reached the part about Tier 10, Emperor Realm, Chen Tong did not talk much about Daos but focused on every aspect of the Emperor Realm. Tao body, awakening, soul, Tao will manifestation, true will, battle realm, and Tao imprint. He was very detailed, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. Everyone waited in anticipation once Chen Tong finished talking about Tao imprints. They thought they would immediately get a look into the next realm, but Chen Tong then started talking about the Tao, mainly the soul Tao. He started with the basic laws until they reached the level of Grand Tao Source. The soul was a Tao applicable to everyone, so Chen Tong focused on using and growing the soul, which was very helpful to most people at this banquet. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the Empyrean realm. He first talked about tips on surviving the immemorial tribulations, including what level of Tao heart someone must have before even attempting the breakthrough. He continued preaching about how things like the awakening evolved after becoming an Empyrean. He talked about the role of the Grand Mist Wheel in general, especially how to condense it. He touched on how the wheel affects other aspects of an Empyrean, for example, battle and use of resources. Chen Tong even discussed the differences between normal and everlasting Empyreans. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the requirements for becoming a Paragon. Most people were confused by the Empyrean sermon, so they opted to memorize the information to use later. As such, they were even more confused about the complexity of the Paragon realm sermon, besides the basic info. Even Wang Wei could not keep up with the Paragon tier sermon. Luckily for him, Chen Tong talked about Soul Dao, one of his subdas, and his sealed soul, which was also Paragon tier. As such, he used this sermon to map out an outline for his Soul Dao, and just recorded the parts he did not understand under certain categories of his outline. 30,000 years, Chen Tong declared. I think that's more than enough. Some of you cannot understand what I've said, but that's fine. It'll help you remember everything. He pointed to the sky to manifest a circle. All the immortals immediately felt it was easy to record the entire in their souls. Li Jun looked at his wife and hesitated. He then looked at Wang Wei. Brother, should we? He understood it might be impossible to hide divine sense communication under the nose of a paragon, but he had no other choice. He was not his big brother, so he couldn't record everything from this sermon. No problem. Wang Wei nodded before talking to his mother. You can record it, but there is no need to burden father's weak soul. All right. Yu Yan nodded. You know him still here, right? Quiet, Yu Yan said. So, Chen Tong's main Dao is soul? Wang Wei thought. This was the only explanation given that his understanding of the subject had reached 90% or more. Or he has lived long enough that his subdas also reached the Paragon realm. Wang Wei leaned on the former since such a deep understanding of the soul could explain Chen Tong's secret technique that granted him so much freedom despite being in limbo. Thank you, Lord Chen Tong, for the great sermon, Wang Wei said, actually quite sincere. He's the one who benefited the most from it, and he even believed that Chen Tong tailored to ensure that happened. Of course, this will not change the latter's fate, especially after Chen Tong tries to make his friends and loved ones owe him more karma with that last stunt. The participants followed Wang Wei's example and saluted, and Chen Tong smiled. All of you have a long path ahead of you. Keep moving forward and never give up because of the adversity. Chen Tong disappeared, and Wang Wei frowned. He saw that most of the Dao rhymes from the lotus disappeared, and only a small part entered the Dao opening sect. I figure true heavenly Dao wouldn't allow such a level of Dao rhymes in the lower dimension. But it still hurts. Paragons can send projection in the lower dimension, so why have they never preached and left such intense Dao rhymes to their sect? Because it was pointless. Wang Wei shook his head before slowly returning to his seat. The event had finished, but there was still something he wanted to do before dismissing everybody. He waved his hand to summon a jar of wine. Although it was not as good as the one served in the banquet, it was still top-of-the-line Emperor-grade wine. Firstly, I would like to thank you for not only giving me face and attending this banquet but for all the things we've accomplished in this era. I could not have done so without all of you. Wang Wei raised his wine to everyone before drinking. It was our honor, Your Majesty. Everyone chugged the wine. What an honor to be served by such a legendary character. Now, for the main business, Wang Wei announced. However, before he could speak, the sky suddenly changed as another vision manifested. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191. Prestigious Generation. Everybody turned to the sky to see the Eye of Grand Tao manifesting. Puzzled by its appearance, they wondered whether something important had happened. After all, this banquet did not seem important enough for it to appear physically, unless you count the appearance of Lord Paragon. I now grant. A booming voice echoed throughout the lower dimension. The voice was powerful, cold, and noble, but that was not what shocked everybody. These cultivators never knew true heavenly Tao was capable of speaking. Manifesting was one thing, but speaking was another. Even Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He knew true heavenly Tao could speak, but it was extremely rare. It only happened once in her lifetime. So, he immediately guessed what was going to happen. This generation, the title of prestigious, the voice continued. All heaven and earth will now celebrate. Visions that covered the endless void manifested from the myriad emperor world before spreading. The effect of this title immediately started with people like Li Jun, Yan Liling, Yu Yan, Su Shi, Feng Heng, Hua Fenghuang, Ao Shen, Tong Ruobing, Mu Lei, Ji Lanfeng, Yi Dafu, Shi Qian, the demon-suppressing emperor, the barbarian twins, Shi Shangyan, Hong Mei Lin, Wrath, Dong Lifen, and Wang Tian. Their multicolored Qi Luck dragon manifested above their heads before half of it rapidly turned white. Before this banquet, they might not have known what this meant, but it was different now. Empyrean Tier Luck. The title gave them the luck level of an Empyrean, making their path to Tier 11 less challenging. True heavenly Tao seems very generous, Wang Wei thought, feeling some people should not be on this list. However, after thinking about it, there might be a reason. They made sense somehow. Shi Qian revived the light race in this era. The demon-suppressing emperor was the first human emperor of this generation. The barbarian twins, despite choosing the wrong side of history, created a new and unique branch of history. So, they do deserve their blessing. Once these changes ended, a few lights descended from the sky to 5 people. Hong Meiling, Yu Yan, Wang Tian, Dong Lifen, and Feng Heng. All these people were then granted a longevity resource or extra life. So, the people who contributed the most to sealing that eldritch abomination? I hope Wang Ju gets her reward in her next life, Wang Wei thought. Once these people were rewarded, the title's effect focused on the rest of the emperors and immortals of that era. True heavenly Tao was very generous in its reward. Most of these people received some luck blessing, followed by physical rewards. For example, rare pills, weapons, talismans, information about fortunate encounters, and even a small amount of merit. Meanwhile, Liang Shixiang, the founder of the God Path, had his Qi Luck dragon turned silver, indicating his path to Tier 11 was also more worry-free than others. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This man would have had a bright future had he walked both the Soul and Emperor path, which Heavenly Tao would have allowed as the founder of that path. Sadly, his aversion to the Emperor was ingrained in his soul, thus limiting his future prospects. Well, at least, to Wang Wei's eyes. Suya watched everything with gritted teeth. Everyone received a small blessing, even the mortals or people who were not born in this era. It seems the requirements were for anyone who participated in this era in some way or another. Did I make the wrong choice? She asked herself. Watching her peers advance further than her was already hard enough. But now, she saw how much Heavenly Tao loved this generation and generously blessed them, paving their future path. Suya turned her head to glance at the mortal who received the greatest blessing, Kai Song. Her jealousy suddenly intensified. Suya understood why the title affected her on such a large scale. After all, Kai Song was to the puppet Tao community what Yan Liling and Tong Ruobing were to alchemy and talisman. The only exception was how introverted she was, thus reducing her presence and making her accomplishments appear less impressive. In fact, her accomplishments could be argued to be even more impressive because puppet Tao is weak and underdeveloped, and she was rapidly pushing it to higher heights. Calm down, Suya reminded herself as she slowly controlled her emotions. Since you've chosen that path, there is no need to hesitate or have regrets. She only needs to wait for the generation after Wang Tian to prove the Tao and rule over the court before ascending. This won't take long, meaning she still has a chance to catch up and show her presence in the upper dimension stage. Besides Suya, Wang Wei was also checking out Kai Song as her blessing was the most unique. From his deduction, hers was conditional. After proving the Tao, she can also receive Empyrean luck if she develops puppet Tao sufficiently. If not, her blessing will just be an ordinary one. Has Grand Tao noticed Kai Song's importance and is also scheming for her? Wang Wei thought, feeling suspicious. Kai Song can potentially become the cultivator world's version of Skynet, mass manufacturing Paragon tier puppets and becoming his war assembly. Maybe I should prepare for the possibility of her changing side, Wang Wei thought. If Kai Song somehow ended up on Grand Tao's side, it might be catastrophic for him. Replacing her is one solution, but an even better one would be an idea or concept on par with her potential. So, what can rival Skynet in terms of war potential? Wang Wei immediately had an answer. Zerg Hive Mind. If I can make the cultivation version of that thing, I will be unstoppable. Especially if Kai Song remains by my side. Wang Wei thought before hiding this idea in the deepest crevice of his soul. He won't entertain these thoughts again until he's taken a few steps into the transcendence realm. After true heavenly Tao rewarded everybody, it was finally time for the main event. Wang Wei. He's the man single-handed responsible for pushing this generation to such height. It was unimportant whether he did it purposely or unconsciously due to his actions and presence. A golden light enveloped Wang Wei, and the title gave him 3 blessings or gifts. Firstly, it gave him a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Rising Pill with the effect of raising his cultivation by 1 layer without any negative consequences. Wang Wei immediately decided to take it once he reached the 9th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. The second blessing was to elevate his 1 life from his accomplishment as a mortal emperor to rank 3. Meaning that even after becoming a paragon, this life is still useful. Wang Wei was surprised and grateful for this gift. He was about to become an Empyrean, and his extra lives would soon become useless unless he updated them. Which is not an easy feat, as the higher the realm, the more strict true heavenly Tao is about extra lives. The last gift Wang Wei received was extra time to contemplate on his true self when he's breaking into the next realm. Wang Wei was pleased with this reward despite not needing it, since he could use the extra time to see if he could tap into the mystery needed to become a boundless paragon. It seems that I don't have to worry much about my relationship with true heavenly Tao, Wang Wei concluded. After what happened with the Death World, he's been suspicious of anything related to Grand Tao. He has reduced his suspicions to the lowest but is still on guard. After all, it's still possible the latter was trying to get him to lower his guard. After Wang Wei's blessing, the eye of heavenly Tao dissipated from sight, but the visions continued for a few more minutes, leaving everyone to their thought. Wang Wei was thinking about the only other time true heavenly Tao spoke, and it was when it granted his ancestors' generation in the upper dimension the title of the Golden Generation, which is leagues ahead of this prestigious generation title. Have you noticed? Tong Ruobing asked. What? Mu Lei responded. He didn't receive any luck blessing. So. Then, it suddenly dawned on him. Are you implying it's because he didn't need it? Not just that, Tong Ruobing added. It would make sense to give him some luck even if it's already on par with an Empyrean, since that would help with the next realm, but nothing. So that can only mean 2 things. True heavenly Tao doesn't want to reward him with luck for whatever reason, or, he still doesn't need it even for the Paragon realm. Mu Lei finished her sentence, immediately quieting afterward. It's frustrating, isn't it? Tong Ruobing sighed. We know he's better than us, but our pride will not allow us to give up without a fight. But with each passing day, each new achievement, and each new piece of information revealed about him, it becomes increasingly more difficult to keep that competitive spirit. Mu Lei held her hands for support, since that was the only thing he could do. He talked to her about this many times, but she refused to abandon that competitive spirit, so she could only suffer in silence, since that's her chosen path. Well, not in silence, since he will be with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192 Final Preparations before retreating. Once everyone processed what had just happened, Wang Wei decided to continue with his banquet. Many of you are about to ascend, and if you had paid attention, you would know the current situation of the upper world is not peaceful. Most people nodded since they knew of this, but a few people were confused as they had never heard of such a thing. Despite the different reactions, these cultivators wondered why the emperor brought up this topic. However, a few people immediately guessed what he was about to do, and they were speechless. I'm a kind soul, so I've decided to sell some information about the current state of the upper dimension to help you acclimate. He snapped his finger to manifest a screen with writings. Basic information. This information is only the most basic of the current situation of the upper dimension. Although basic, such information is still well kept under wrap and will require a steep price to acquire. Prices equals? Advance Edition. Deeper knowledge of the situation, including the interpersonal information of the factions involved. There are also some suggestions on the best way to act after ascending to ensure safety and survival. Price equals? Ultimate Edition. This edition contains some world history to help you understand the conflict better. Don't underestimate this small change since the parties involved have destroyed and rewritten history. More importantly, this edition contains countless deductions and analyses on all parties involved. Warning: these deductions are not 100% accurate since Paragon-level entities are involved, and my information source is also limited. Price equals? Everyone looked at this screen, baffled beyond words. Don't look at me like this, Wang Wei shrugged. You saw how expensive this banquet was. I need to recuperate the cost somehow. Yu Yan was mortified beyond words. She asked her husband through divine sense, "We raised him correctly, right? He never lacked anything, right? So why?" "We can't blame ourselves since that's probably something he picked up in his previous life," Wang Tian reassured her. "Plus, we should see it as good business acumen and learn from him." "How on earth could we learn from him?" "How about I sell signed swords?" Wang Tian replied after thinking for a few seconds. "Who would buy that?" "Many people. Especially if I had a bit of my sword will and understanding into the signature." Yu Yan looked at him. "I never knew you had this side of you." "What can I say? Wire has rubbed off me quite well." They laughed before focusing on the present. "One more thing," Wang Wei added. "For those people who think that they don't need this information since their lineage in the upper dimension will just clue them in, well, you're in for a great shock." Most of these factions were forced to close their borders and sealed themselves. You'll be lucky if you can contact them, let alone them responding. "What? Your Majesty, you're not lying, are you?" "We don't mean to question, but this is hard to believe." "I understand how you feel," Wang Wei calmly said. "However, the current situation is not something that only recently developed. No, the situation has been this way for years. However, things recently exploded since a new era is about to open in the upper dimension." These people squinted. The change of an era is usually accompanied by blood, violence, chaos, and war. A perfect example is the current Heavenly Emperor era. The entire lower dimension was enveloped in war, and countless people died. Now, once the same thing happens in the upper dimension, these people cannot imagine the scale and terror. Especially after having the sermon from Lord Chen Tong. Without a choice, they looked at the screen before them. "Your Majesty, why is the price thrice as high if we don't use merit to pay?" someone asked. Merit became more common in this era, so a market with clear values was created for the exchange, and the dream world served as a platform and guarantee for the price in the process. "What do you think?" Wang Wei replied back. This guy acted as if he did not know good business practices. Everyone was speechless. The grandeur and generosity of the banquet made these people forget that their supreme emperor was a shameless business at his core. People sighed before buying the information. Most bought the basic tier since most immortals were not ascending. They only wanted to be informed of the situation since it might also affect their lineage. A few wise ones gritted their teeth to buy the advanced edition. Only people like Su Shi and Ao Shen knew the importance of Wang Wei's deduction and bought the ultimate edition. Then, a torrent of killing intent flashed in the room before disappearing. These people had just learned that a group of 7 people was blocking their cultivation path. According to his news, they would be lucky to become Empyrean, but the path of Paragon was cut off to them. "Your Majesty, this does not make sense. How can 7 people control the upper dimension? How about our ancestors? Has no one become a Paragon? Your cheap ass bought the most basic tier, so of course, you're not privy to the truth," Wang Wei replied. The person who asked the question turned red in embarrassment before gritting his teeth to buy the ultimate edition. Many people followed him and either bought the advance or the ultimate edition. However, they now had to pay for 2 tiers since it was written in bold that they had to pay full price because of their stupid decision. "That's more like it," Wang Wei nodded, very satisfied as he looked that everyone had at least bought 1 tier. He thought someone like Xianxia would not be interested, but the latter did not hesitate to buy the ultimate edition. He waved his hand to collect his merit and the emperor materials from those who chose that payment method. "This is it for now," Wang Wei announced. "We will meet in the upper dimension. I hope you're alive by then. More importantly, I hope you're on the right side of history." These cultivators felt a chill down their sides as they immediately understood what side the Supreme Emperor was. "Your Majesty, is there a chance for us to work together again?" "Ha! I thought you would be sick of me by now." The female emperor who asked this question chuckled. Although His Majesty is, well, quirky, you always follow the principle that everyone benefits. You never abused your power and left us with absolutely nothing, even though you always had the power. I think most people would trust you more than, I don't know, the rebellion. I didn't know I was this good. Wang Wei's narcissism activated. He then looked at this woman, thinking how ambitious she was. I can tell you honestly that I won't ascend until I reach the next realm, and that will take some time. Time for many of you to change your mind. So, let's wait until I ascend to have this kind of conversation. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty, for entertaining me. Wang Wei nodded. Everyone can leave except for Sage Duanru and Xianxia. The participants swiftly glanced at these two before rapidly departing. Today's event had too many consequences, and they needed time to digest and plan their future. Your Majesty, thank you for everything, Sage Duanru bowed. No need since you deserve it, Wang Wei replied before getting into the topic. He isolated sounds from their conversation before asking, You're planning to reincarnate and start cultivating? That is correct. Have you thought of an alternate method of proving the Tao? Are you talking about merit? No. I mean to stay immortal and continue understanding mortal arts and crafts until you're on par with an eternal emperor. Is that possible? You would need to reincarnate a few times, but once you succeed, Heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for you, and you'll become a unique emperor that has created a new path. I never thought of that, Duanru replied with shining eyes. This path seems perfect for me. Duanru never believed mortals were inferior to cultivators, so he never used his success and power to acquire an arc and cultivate in this generation. He wanted to have great accomplishments in this life as a mortal and start the next as a cultivator. Are you sure? This path won't be easy. Wang Wei was relieved he would not need to convince him, but he also wanted to remind him that this was not a simple feat to accomplish. I understand and am willing. Good. It'll give you a blessing so that you're born with the memories of your past life and a curse so that you're always born as a mortal. We don't want to ruin everything due to temptation or someone forcing you to cultivate. I understand and am thankful, Duanru bowed. Wang Wei released a black and white light into his body. Do you want to see your family before reincarnating? No need. Duanru had expected he would not return home and had settled his affairs. Wang Wei nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a portal from samsara manifested and swallowed Sage Duanru. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193 Final Preparations Before Retreating, 2. It'll be brief, Wang Wei stated, looking directly into Xianxia's eyes. I heard rumors that the Celestial clan secretly sells potent emperor cheese. Is that true? Xianxia frowned. The clan did not tell me much about their actions, but it's very likely. We've used similar methods throughout history, especially during periods of chaos and strife. It seems she's telling the truth, but why is the Celestial clan leaving her out of such information? Wang Wei thought. Is it some kind of tactic to protect her, or because she's too weak and not part of the clan's core? It then suddenly dawned on him that the cultivation realms of the Great Emperor are considered upper middle class and not privileged to be the leaders of these top lineages. Even if Xianxia is extremely talented among the Celestial race, she will not be treated as a leader unless it is a special occasion. Currently, the power ceiling of most lineages is the Empyrean realm, meaning great emperors have become much more valuable. It could be a problem if the Celestial race has not changed their mindset to adapt to the current situation. However, Wang Wei did not immediately accept this deduction of the Celestial race as it was still possible that Xianxia did not have access to such high-level knowledge because of her location in the lower dimension. Are you interested in continuing our alliance after ascending? Wang Wei asked. You want us to sell special qi directly to you? Correct. No problem, Xianxia directly agreed. She would have brought up continuing the alliance if he didn't. After all, her main objective was to find the destined individual to end the era and form strong ties with him. That was quick. It's a beneficial deal for both of us, so I don't see why not. Good point, Wang Wei nodded. They chatted for a few seconds before Xianxia left. Truth be told, Wang Wei was not that interested in the celestial race's cheese. With his chi flower ability, he could do the same business and take a decent portion of the market. However, he was interested in getting to know the celestial race. He wanted to get close to them to determine what role they would play in the upcoming events. Wang Wei glanced at the Dao rhymes on the entire sect. He had felt there would be a sudden change in these things but stopped the process now that so many people were around. Everybody knew the Dao opening sect was the most powerful and wondrous lineage in the lower dimension. However, he still wanted to reduce people's jealousy and desire for his sect's foundation. He watched as these Dao rhymes condensed into a secret realm, creating the perfect environment for cultivating, especially comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. He pointed at the secret realm to mold it into a towering mountain with 10,000 stairs. The higher the stairs, the more intense the benefit of the Dao rhymes became. Wang Wei then added a formation that will release a spiritual pressure to test the disciples. They can ascend the stairs and receive the benefits by overcoming the pressure. The spiritual pressure is also an excellent way to strengthen the mind, soul, and spirit, and even have some effect on the Dao heart. The last step, he muttered before proceeding to fuse the 4 Dao pillars to this secret realm, further increasing the boost this place was already granting. Now, after a disciple or elder reaches a particular step, they can focus on comprehending the 4 pillars. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered before suddenly thinking of an idea, so he once again pointed at this new secret realm. One of the preparations he made for his retreat was to copy the laws of every world in different world communities with the purpose of bettering his Dao by comparing the slight differences between worlds and world communities. He added this copy to this secret realm. In other words, the users of this place can contemplate cultivation techniques, regular Dao/law, the 4 pillars that embodied his sermon, or the differences between the laws of different worlds in the lower dimension. Let's call it the Dao Blessing Grotto Heaven, Wang Wei muttered, satisfied with the name. As for the rules and requirements to use this grotto heaven, that was someone else's problem. Now that I'm here, I might as well do some work so I don't have to do them later. Wang Wei muttered before focusing on the sect's secret archive/library. With one thought, Wang Wei expanded the place in the library by at least 1,000,000 times before placing copies of all the cultivation techniques of the lower dimension. He put a restriction on the library so that no one can easily reveal its existence or spread the knowledge it contains. Wang Wei placed his palm forward, summoning a phantom of a branch of the River of Fate. However, this was not a small branch but the one controlling the entire lower dimension. He immediately played with the strings, rapidly manipulating history by deleting certain information about the Dao opening sect. It was good to be the tallest tree in the forest, but he also wanted to protect from people who wanted to cut down that tree. His actions drastically reduced the temptations of these people. No one noticed how he manipulated time and changed history, and that's exactly what Wang Wei wanted. Finally, he left the banquet area and checked on the sect before seeing his parents and entering a retreat. He met the steward, who counted every table from the banquet, ensuring they didn't lose any money. Wang Wei gave him some of the resources he did not need from the previous information sold before running away. The steward started to complain to him about how the lavishness of his banquet had set up an unwelcome precedent, and he was not too happy about how many times he would have to organize these banquets. After having dinner with his parents, Li Jun and Yan Liling, Wang Wei checked on Han Shun, who was the final winner and absorbed Wang Just inner world and became the new Fate 1. However, Wang Wei gave him the Fate 2 title out of respect for Wang Just's years of service. According to the sect's rules, Wang Wei was about to ascend, so he needed to prepare to hand over his intelligence organization to the next sect master. Wang Wei had no problem with that since he would need to start over in the upper dimension. However, the current issue is his father will once again take the sect master position after proving the Dao. However, he did not want the responsibility before the heaven will battle. In other words, someone else needed to replace him during that period. Unfortunately, no one has decided on the next candidate yet. The best options were Kai Song and Jun Menyao, but none wanted to since they would have to again once it was their time to prove the Dao. Dong Lifen was suggested, but she also rejected the idea for the same reason as the others. Everyone wanted Wang Wei to choose, but he told them just to hold an election trial. He only focused on ensuring the Fate Shadow Guards would be loyal to the next sect master. Of course, he will take a few people with him to start the expansion in the upper dimension. Wang Wei's next destination was the slaughter trial. "Why are you here?" Chen Tong asked, genuinely puzzled. I came to thank you for the sermon. There is no need for that. No, truly. You've saved me a lot of time, effort, and resources. For that, I'm very thankful, Wang Wei said sincerely. Is that so? Well, I accept your sincerity, the Paragon nodded. It's a shame. What is it? Chen Tong asked, further confused. That your presence has become unpleasant and unwanted, Wang Wei replied calmly. Chen Tong immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The Slaughter Trials continent was already surrounded by a mysterious power, which turned into runes. What is the meaning of this? Do you think what you've done is enough to pay the debt between us? To pay for 2, maybe 3 ideas on how to achieve transcendence? Wang Wei sneered while Chen Tong's face contorted in anger and embarrassment. What do you want? Chen Tong asked. You tell me. What price will some paragons be willing to offer for my ideas? Chen Tong was silent. He wanted to say they were just ideas but knew this was nonsense. You don't have to do this, he argued. What is the point of making an enemy of a paragon of my caliber? That's the only reason why you're still alive, Wang Wei replied. However, once I have the strength, you better have something to repay or prepare to have your memory erased. No, I don't even have to wait that long. As long as my ancestors can return, I'm sure one or more of them would happily get the payment from you. Chen Tong's face turned ugly. The idea he's stolen is worth such top lineages to send paragons, even boundless, after him. There is no need to take things this far. Let's talk and reach a compromise. You don't need to try to buy time, Wang Wei stated. One of my powers as a minor 3-realm emperor is to declare someone an enemy of the world, and true heavenly Tao will help me banish him. Although I can only use it once every few thousand yuan epochs and only in the lower dimension, it's worth using it on you. Lucky for you, I'm banishing you into the source chi space, away from the 2 suns sight. So, take this opportunity to revive and find a way to repay my debt. Otherwise, your life will be very miserable. No, don't do this. Think of what I did for Wang Ju. Although the source chi space appeared less dangerous than the eternal Ascension world, that was only at the surface level. He could be teleported to some hazardous area in that space if unlucky. All right. Chen Tong was immediately shocked. He could not believe he had accepted so easily. Then, he remembered who he was speaking with. What do you want? Completely erase these ideas and everything else you've stolen or learned from and ascend to the upper dimension. Then, everything will be water under the bridge, Wang Wei announced, but Chen Tong was silent. Reasonable request, isn't it? But you cannot accept, Wang Wei shrugged. So accept your fate. He waved his hand, and the continent disappeared between heaven and earth. He ignored Chen Tong's burning gaze as he exhaled. Now I can breathe easily. Wang Wei left to check on the affairs of the court. Once he dealt with all these trivial matters, he entered his seclusion. His first act was to condense the civilization luck, from the luck-condensing artifacts of his sect, the ancient clan, the Great Talisman City, the Origin Pill Dao sect, the Origin Weapon Mountain, the Origin Rune Palace, and the Body Dao Cave. He even added the luck of Buddhism, Taoism, and this world's version of Confucianism, the luck from the Enlightened Emperor Academy. Wang Wei did not have the luck artifacts of all these factions, but once he asked to borrow them, who dared refuse? After fusing all these luck artifacts, they turned into a white flame. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly as he sensed the blessing of an entire cultivation civilization. Fascinating. Maybe I can make this even more interesting, he thought. Wang Wei sent a message to all factions in the lower dimension. I'm borrowing this. With a thought, he teleported all the luck artifacts that symbolized the cultivation civilization of all 3,800 heaven will worlds and fused them into a silver flame. The myriad emperor world is considered the center of the lower dimension, he muttered as he looked at the white flame. This flame is symbolic of the old era and civilization. He raised his hand to gather the luck of the Heavenly Emperor era and condensed it into a golden flame, and Wang Wei immediately felt the luck boost of these 3 flames. And this is not even the end, since there is still the mortal civilization. He condensed the luck from all the enlightening temples into a bronze flame. The 4 flames then turned into jewels of their respective color and a crown that Wang Wei placed on his head. He grinned as he sensed the power he held. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.